The Witch's Fire, The Power I Never Asked For. Copyright C 2025 by Decima Watkins. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without prior written permission of the author. For those who feel it before they see it. For those who've been told to stop imagining but couldn't. For those who already know there's more. This is for you. I didn't sit down to write a guidebook. This started as survival notes, moments I had to capture before they slipped away, because no one was teaching me, and most witches wouldn't dare admit it. What you're about to read is not theory, it's lived. Warning, this is not entertainment. This is not manifestation with glitter. The experiences I describe here are powerful, sometimes dangerous. They happened to me. They are not instructions. If you copy them, you do so at your own risk. The truth they don't tell you. Most witchcraft books give you the safe side, the soft side, the light a candle, say some words, and the universe delivers side. That's not what you'll find here. The first half of this book, 35 raw entries, is a record of what really happens when magic chooses you, not the spells you'll find on TikTok, not the recycled rituals from a crystal shop. I'm talking about the things witches keep quiet. The things you don't see written down because they're too heavy, too real, too undeniable. You'll read about power that flares without warning, energy that bends people, animals, even rooms around you, dreams that don't fade when you wake up, knowing things you shouldn't know, moments of loss, spirit, shadow, the kind that mark you forever. That's the first part, the part most witches will never say out loud. Then comes the second half, an information pack, a collection of tools, spells, and foundations for witches at all levels. Beginners who need steps, advanced witches who want to dig deeper. This is where you'll see the mechanics behind the madness, the practical side that balances the lived side. And here's the truth no one tells you. Spells and tools are training wheels. They help you focus, shape, and learn. But the real power, the power I stumbled into, doesn't need them. When you understand belief without doubt, when you trust yourself fully, you won't be following spells. You'll be writing your own. You'll be doing without doing. That's what this book shows you. The raw entries prove magic is real. The practical section shows you how to touch it. And if you're ready to see past the sugar-coated guides, you'll understand why I call it The Power I Never Asked For. Entry 1, The Ones That Crawled Across Me. It started with one, tiny, almost too small to notice. A flick of movement on my arm, then gone. I brushed it off without thinking. But then it happened again, and again. Different places, different times, at home. Outside. In places they shouldn't have been. Not just one spider, a few every day. On my clothes, on my skin. One on my hand while I was making coffee. Another on my leg in the car. One on my shoulder after walking through a place I'd never felt before. I started to ask myself if this was normal, if I was just noticing more, if I was imagining it. But no, I wasn't. They were real. They were there. And I know what spiders mean. Not the fake meanings you see in books written by people who've never lived magic. I mean the real ones. The ones that show up when the veil gets thinner, when something is watching, or when you've touched a thread you weren't meant to pull. Spiders are the weavers, the watchers, the ones who know what's coming before you do. And these weren't hunting me. They weren't accidents. They were messages. Every one of them. Something in me has changed, or maybe something outside of me is finally reacting to what I've known for a long time. I don't need to cast to cause movement. I don't need candles or altars or words. I am the spell. The magic isn't coming, it's already here. And it's crawling across me, like they were trying to wake me up from the outside in. So I'm awake now. I'm listening. They always come when you're about to change. Not the kind of change people notice. Not a haircut or a breakup. I mean the deep kind. The kind that stirs your blood. The kind that shifts how the world feels when you breathe it in. Spiders mean the threads are moving. They don't show up for decoration. They're not random. Not when it's more than once. Not when it's close. Not when they land on skin. They come when the web is shaking. When the world you're in is brushing against another one. When something's noticed you, or when your power's grown loud enough to be felt through the veil. The old witches used to say they were watchers. Messengers, gatekeepers between realms. Not all spiders, just the ones that come with pattern, with purpose, like this. And when they come this close, this often, it means the web's reacting to you. Because you're moving in a way that touches more than your own life now. You're brushing other threads, You're waking up magic that isn't just yours. If that's happening to you, if they're crawling on you, around you, through your dreams, then know this. You didn't imagine it. You didn't summon it. You didn't make it up. You were seen, and whatever saw you is waiting to see what you do next. So pay attention to the whispers in your chest, the pulses in your palms, the flashes of instinct that say, this means something, even when you can't explain why. You are the thread now, and everything is watching how you weave. The deeper lore of spiders in witchcraft. In advanced witchcraft, spiders are far more than creatures of the physical world. They are archetypes, living symbols of the web of fate. And in magical thought, that web exists across realms. Every thread is a connection, an action, a thought, or an event, and the spider is both the guardian and the weaver of those threads. Folklore across cultures. Celtic tradition. Spiders were associated with the goddesses of destiny, weaving the lines of past, present, and future. A spider omen could mean the weaving is changing, either because of your own magic or because something beyond you is altering the threads. African and Caribbean traditions. The spider trickster Anansi teaches how stories and knowledge are woven into the world. Encounters in dreams or visions may suggest you're being shown hidden truths. Mediterranean witchcraft spider. Webs were seen as wards, traps for harmful energy. In some protective magic, charms were woven in a spiral pattern to mirror a web, drawing away danger. Spiders as messengers. In magical practice, repeated awareness of spiders, even when not physical, is often interpreted as a sign that your actions or energy have been felt through the veil. This is especially true if the spiders appear symbolically in visions, dreams, meditations, or synchronicities. They can indicate a shift in your magical current, your power becoming more noticeable. A message from spirit or the other world, a reminder to stay aware of what you are weaving into your life. The presence of watchers or guides observing your path. Symbolism in spellcraft. Manifestation. The web's structure mirrors how intentions spread and connect, making spider imagery potent in attraction magic. Patience and timing. A spider waits, trusting the web will bring what it's meant to catch. A lesson in not rushing spells. Before they're ready, influence and control. In some traditions, the spider is called upon to weave over a situation, influencing its outcome subtly but powerfully. Practical witches note. For witches, a spider's appearance doesn't have to be literal. It may come through symbols, dreams, repeating thoughts, or patterns that stand out. When it happens more than once, especially during heightened magical periods, treat it as a deliberate sign. Record the date, setting, and your feelings in a grimoire. Patterns often reveal meaning over time. Spiders in witchcraft are not simply decoration in the web of superstition. They are the weavers of connection between the worlds. When they appear to you, even in the mind's eye, they can be marking a moment when your own thread is vibrating louder than before. Entry 2. I didn't ask, I told. They said she wasn't going to make it. The doctors were careful, slow, like saying it too loud. Might break me before the grief even had a chance. But I heard them, every word, and something in me refused. I didn't cry. I didn't pray. I didn't whisper to the sky. I just said it straight out. She's not going. She's going to live. She's going to be 100. That wasn't a request. It wasn't a wish. It was a command. I didn't plan it. I didn't think it. It came out like heat. Sudden, full, and final. No candle, no altar. Just something rising in me that felt like power. Raw and uncontrollable. And now she's healing. Doctors don't understand it. But I do. So what was that? What did I actually do? It didn't feel like a spell. It didn't feel like anything I'd been taught. But it worked. And I know now, and it has a name. It's called will magic. The oldest kind. Before rituals. Before rules. Before anyone said you had to do it right. This kind of magic speaks itself. Moves when it needs to. Doesn't wait for the moon or the right day. It comes when you're done asking. And you just know. What kind of witch does this? They call it a source witch. Some say heart witch, but that makes it sound too gentle. There was nothing gentle about what I did. It was sharp, unfiltered. Like something ancient opened its eyes behind my voice. I didn't follow instructions. I didn't light a flame. I just spoke, and something answered. That kind of magic isn't taught. It's remembered. In the moment you need it most. And it's rare. Most people shut it down before they even get close. They wait for the right time, the right method, the spell, the tool, the book. I didn't wait. I didn't ask. I told. And the world listened. Now that I've felt that, it's never going back in the box. The deeper lore of will magic. In advanced witchcraft circles, what happened here is known as will magic. Magic born not from tools or rituals, but from the raw force of a witch's intent. It's one of the oldest forms of sorcery in human history, predating written spells and even spoken incantations. What makes it different? Will magic bypasses the ceremonial middlemen. No herbs, no charms, no invocations. Instead, it uses the witch's direct connection to the source, the universal current of energy, to declare reality. When the intent is absolute and unshaken, the energy responds instantly. In some traditions, this is called command magic, word is law, or the voice of the witch. Why it's rare? It requires unshakable certainty. Doubt kills the current instantly. It burns through the witch's own energy, not just borrowed elements like moonlight or fire. It often happens spontaneously, triggered by crisis or deep emotional truth, rather than planned. Historical parallels. Druids were said to still storms and heal wounds with a single spoken word. In ancient Egypt, the Heka tradition taught that speech carried the same creative power as the gods. In Norse magic, cider practitioners could speak fate into shifting, but it often came with a personal price. The price of command. Every act of will magic draws from your own life force and magical reserves. Used too often, it can leave the witch drained, disoriented or unable to work smaller, subtler magic for a time. That's why it's considered a break glass in case of emergency ability in many traditions. How to recognize it in yourself. If you've ever spoken a thing aloud in absolute certainty, and it happened, felt heat, static, or a surge of pressure in your body as you declared it. Notice the atmosphere change the moment you said it. Then you've brushed against will magic. It's a reminder that the oldest magic doesn't live in objects or rituals. It lives in the witch, and once you've commanded the world, and it has listened, you'll never unknow that you can. Entry 3. The bag at the bus stop. I saw her at the bus stop, a woman, maybe in her 60s or 70s. She looked stressed. She had an old handbag and one of those foldable shopping bags, too. I noticed her because she had that tired look people carry when life's been too heavy too long. I kept walking. Later, I passed the same spot again. The shop behind her was gone, closed or empty, and she wasn't there anymore. But her bag was. It sat there, next to the bench, like it had been forgotten. I didn't want to touch it. Something about it felt wrong. Still, I thought she might come back for it. Maybe she'd just gone into the shop. I walked in myself, looked around, came back out. The bag was still there. I thought maybe I should hand it in. But I didn't like touching strangers' things. You never know what's inside. Could be money, could be something worse. As I stepped toward it, a girl ran up with a pram, snatched the bag without a word, and walked off like I wasn't even there. She looked about 22, wearing a long black skirt, a matching top, and black shoes. She didn't glance at me, didn't say anything. Just grabbed the bag and went. Part of me hoped she was going to hand it in. But deep down, I felt she wasn't. That bag had money in it. I felt it. About an hour later, I saw a post in a local Facebook group. Someone had found a bag, but in a different location. A photo showed it at another bus stop, the stone one across the road and farther down. The woman in the post was older and black, and she said she was handing the bag into the co-op or police station. A different person altogether. So now I wonder, did the first girl take the money and ditch the bag? Did the second woman find what was left and do the right thing? I still remember the first girl's face. I even took a photo. Not to shame, but because something didn't feel right. That bag wasn't just forgotten. It changed hands. And maybe it changed stories too. I wanted to report it. I really did. But my words stayed in my throat. It's strange how you can feel two things at once. I felt sorry for the old woman, imagining her looking everywhere for that bag. But I also felt sorry for the young girl. She looked like someone who'd been pushed too far by life, the kind of desperate that makes people cross lines. They never thought they would. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the bag itself had weight beyond what was in it. Not just physical weight, but energy. The kind that clings to an object and travels with it. Witches call it an imprint, when an object absorbs the energy of its owner, and sometimes the circumstances it's been through. If that's true, then this bag had seen more than just bus stops and pavements. It had passed through stress, survival, and maybe even desperation. and I had walked right into the middle of it, watching the story change hands, but saying nothing. Sometimes magic isn't about spells. It's about moments. Moments where you're the witness, and your silence is part of the web being woven. Entry 4. The day I said it without meaning to. He was still in bed when I left the house. I didn't slam the door. I didn't say goodbye. He'd been mean to me that morning. Cold, cutting, like I didn't matter. I got in the car, started the engine, and drove off. In my head, I was raging, not screaming, just hurt. I didn't say a spell. I didn't do a ritual. I just thought something's going to happen to you. You're going to get hurt the way you hurt me. I didn't mean it. I didn't even believe it at the time. It was just pain talking, a throwaway thought. But 8 hours later, I got a call. He sounded shaken, said, "You'll need to look after the kids. I'm in pain. I can't walk, my foot's killing me." I asked him when it started. He said, "Right after you left." I got out of bed, stood up, and my foot was just gone. Pain like I've never felt, swollen. I didn't do anything to it. That stopped me. I thought, what the hell? He hadn't fallen. He hadn't been injured. No reason for it to suddenly swell like that. Except he's had a blood clot before. So part of me thought, maybe it's that again. But something else was creeping in too. That thought I had in the car. Those exact words. And the timing. The moment I left, he stood up, and it hit him. I didn't say it out loud. I didn't light a candle or burn herbs or speak to the moon. I just felt it. Deep, hot, sharp. Like something in me released when I drove off. And now I'm sitting with this sick feeling. Because I didn't mean to hurt him. But I think I did. Not with my hands. Not with a weapon. With something else. Something I don't fully understand yet. If that was me, if my energy or pain caused that to happen, then what else am I capable of? And how do I stop it before it happens again? Entry 5. The kind of witch. That doesn't need a spell, Wardo 30. I touched on this before, in entry 2. When I said she would live. When I didn't ask. When I just told it, and it happened. But I've been thinking about it more. Not researching. Not Googling. Just feeling it out. In the background of everything. What kind of witch does that? What kind of witch doesn't need tools, or spells, or even intention half the time it's ner, and still watches things move? I've always known things shift when I say them. I just didn't realize that most people need a process, a ritual, a plan. It doesn't come from a candle or a crystal. It doesn't need to be said 3 times under a full moon. Sometimes I just feel something press behind my ribs, and the moment I say the words, it's already done. It's not about focus. It's not even about belief. It's like something older than belief sits behind my voice. And no, I don't think that makes me better, but it does make me something else. I'm not a spellcaster. I'm a switch. Things happen around me when they're ready, or when I'm pushed too far, or when I mean it without warning. Sometimes it's small. Sometimes it's massive. But it happens without a spell, without a plan. And I think that means I'm the spell. I don't need to perform magic. I just carry it. And when it breaks the surface, it doesn't ask permission. And when I speak, it's like the air listens. Something unseen moves, fast, certain, and already decided. No candles, no circles, just the weight of my words, and the way the world seems to bend to hold them. Entry 6, the best way I found to ground. The best way I've found to ground, like really ground found as a hot bath. And I don't mean warm, I mean very hot, hot enough to feel something shift under the skin. Sometimes I say the words, sometimes I don't. Either way, the magic listens. It's like the heat burns away the noise, and what's left is just me. Clear, clean, present. After what happened with my boyfriend, I felt it even stronger. Like something cracked open. Like something new. Not just me. Something around me. Watching, listening, maybe even waiting. I felt goosebumps tonight, even though the water was burning. And I think I'm coming back. Not to the world, but to myself. Something is waking. And maybe I'm not broken. Maybe I'm just powerful. And I think that's why I go back to it, over and over. It's not just a bath. It's my reset, my protection, my reminder that I'm not only one kind of witch. I'm all the elements I need. And they answer when I call. Deeper lore. Grounding isn't one size fits all. For me, grounding isn't just one element, it's a mix. Water, but hot enough to bring the fire. Steam in the air so it feels like I'm breathing the magic in. It's not just comfort. It's like all 3 elements work together for me. The heat burns away the stress. The water washes it off, and the air carries it out. I could sit in that for hours if I had time. but even 10 minutes is enough. Sometimes only 5. It doesn't matter how short, as long as it's hot. I've realized it's not just about being clean. It's about feeling safe. Free, like the noise can't reach me there. Some witches swear by one element. I think I'm proof you can be more than one. The magical side of it. Not every witch grounds the same way. Some are fire witches. They ground best by sitting near open flame or under the sun. Some are water witches. They find their balance in the sea, a river, or even a quiet shower. Air witches might choose wind, breathwork, or open hills. Earth witches sink into soil, trees, and stone. Then there are hybrids, witches who carry more than one element in them. We don't just visit our element. We blend them. That blending makes the grounding stronger, deeper, and sometimes faster. For me, the bath is all 3 at once. Water, flowing, holding, washing. Fire, the heat itself, burning away the tension. Air, the steam, the breath, the release. When I step out, it's not just my body that's lighter, it's my energy, my mind, my spirit. That's when I know the magic's done its work, and I can step back into the world without carrying the weight that tried to follow me in. When I step out, it's not just my body that's lighter, it's my energy, my mind, my spirit. And I think that's why I go back to it, over and over. It's not just a bath, it's my reset, my protection, my reminder that I'm not only one kind of witch, I'm all the elements I need, and they answer when I call. Entry 7, the necklace I always had. I didn't buy it for magic. I didn't even wear it for years. But something told me to find it again. I had this necklace since I was a kid, hidden in boxes, moved from drawer to drawer, like it was waiting for the right time. The chain's worn now, almost rubbing gold off. But the pendant? Still silver. Still cold to the touch, like it remembers things I don't. This morning, I put it on. I stood still, focused, said the words out loud. This necklace protects me. It holds my power and keeps me safe. No harm may pass through it. I wear it by will, and it answers to me. And that was it. No candles. No crystals. Just breath, intention. And it lit something inside me like flint. Not fire, not yet, but the feel of something waiting. I'm going to change the chain soon. I want something stronger. But I'll keep the pendant, always. It's silver. Real silver. Not thick, not heavy, but enough. Enough to carry energy. Enough to mean something. Maybe 4 or 5 grams, give or take. Doesn't matter. What matters is that it's mine. That it stayed. Not just an accessory. A mark. A decision. I've been doing more witch research lately. The kind that doesn't come from books, but from asking what feels right when it's against your skin. That's when I realized silver isn't just pretty. It's protective. It's lunar. It's quiet power. It reflects energy. Keeps what's meant for you close. And pushes everything else out. It doesn't need to shout. It listens. And for me, that's enough. Silver matches who I am. Not loud, not soft. Just aware. Other metals carry different energy. Copper moves energy fast. It's good if you're casting often or working with flow. Iron protects against spirits and curses. Strong, grounded, old-world magic. Brass is warm, for clarity, insight, sometimes used to attract wealth or focus. Gold is more solar, confidence, inner fire, but not always protective. Crystals or leather add intention. They tune to emotion, memory, ancestral paths, but I don't need all of them. Not now. The pendant I wear is silver, real. The chain might change. I'll find one that fits better. Maybe one that's true to the metal. But this necklace, it's already mine. It always was, and now it's more than mine. It's part of the work, part of the fire, but not every metal belongs. Some carry too much noise. Some don't hold magic well at all. I learned to pay attention to how it feels on my skin. If a piece makes me anxious, dizzy, or strangely tired, it's not for me. Here's what I avoid now. Cheap metals that flake or tarnish fast. They cloud energy and can block spells. Mixed alloys with no known origin, especially if they feel hot or leave a mark. Jewelry that's mass-produced without care. Energy sticks to how it's made. Anything that feels off, even if it's beautiful. My rule now is simple. If it dulls your fire, don't wear it. Not everything you put on your body is safe for your spirit. Every witch will have their own relationship with jewelry. For some, it's a wand they wear. For others, it's a shield. The metal, the stone, even the way it's made, all of it matters. If you're finding your peace, ask yourself what you want it to do. Protect, amplify, or connect. Test how it feels against your skin for a full day before you commit. Remember that it should serve you, not just look good. Your chosen piece becomes part of your magic whether you intend it or not. So choose it like you'd choose a familiar, with patience, instinct, and respect. When you find the right one, you'll know. It won't just sit on your skin, it will listen. And maybe that's the truth of it. I don't just wear the necklace. The necklace wears me. It remembers what I've done, what I've survived, and it stays because it knows I'm not done yet. I'm no expert. I'm writing from my life, from experience, from the way things actually happened to me. Every chapter I write is as it happened, so anything could still happen in this book. Sometimes you might read an entry and think, that's not right. But this is me. This is my experience. I'm only 38. I'm a new witch. I've only just started calling myself one. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I've got no label. I'm not just one thing. A lot of my spells I do in my head. I feel it. I don't always speak it out loud. I just think it, but you have to believe it. Really believe it. If you don't, it's not yours, and it won't work. You can do anything if you believe. I grounded most of my childhood by silence, not talking at all in primary school. Imagine how strange that would seem to a loud, playful child. But that was me. Loud and wild outside of school, never shy, but in the classroom I chose silence. It wasn't fear. It wasn't shyness. It was my choice. Sometimes I wonder if I wasted my childhood not making friends. But it's hard to have friends when you feel all their emotions, when you know how they feel about you without them saying it. I thought that was normal, growing up seeing people's emotions before they showed them. I wasn't touched by others, but I could feel them. I could sense their personality. I could tell if they were kind or cruel. I've had visions since I was young. When I was 16, my first boyfriend had a girl at his house. I saw it in my head, so clearly, that I got in a taxi and went there. I felt sick before I even knocked on the door. They didn't open it at first, but they did eventually, and she was there. Other visions have come to me too. Sometimes if someone is dying, I can feel it, but only if I walk past them. If they've got days left, I see them and how they'll die. Once, someone came to me in my head. I did know them, and I think they were asking for help, but I didn't understand it at the time. Later, I learned they had been in a coma, and then they died. I see ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, not like a person standing there, more like hearing them. Feeling them. Hearing voices, laughter, sometimes children's laughter. But when it happens, I freeze. I can't move. I go into shock. Being this sensitive makes me sick sometimes. Very sick. I've been sensitive since I was a baby. Even then, spirits were around me. I can feel my soul bound, even before I knew what it was. It's with me still, guiding me, even if I don't fully understand it yet. This is my life, my truth, and I think something is coming. I don't know what, but I feel it. I did a spell in my head once, mixed it with grounding. I aimed it at someone who had done wrong. I said, "Whatever happens, don't give them what they don't deserve. 10 times over. If they've done good and bad, maybe it will balance. But if they've done too much bad, the spell will know. It will come for them. Only justice. Only what's truly theirs. And the necklace? I know it's mine. It's always been mine. It's special. But it feels like something's missing. Like something needs to be added to my chain. I know it will happen soon. I'm not sure what it is yet. I thought it might be the black stone I've been searching for. But it's not that. It's something else. Something that will go with my silver, over silver. Whatever it is, I'll know it when I see it. Entry 8, the smile I wasn't expecting. She looked about 20. Maybe 22. New at the shop. I hadn't seen her before. But she looked right at me. And smiled. Not the kind of smile you give to every customer. The kind that lingers, slight, soft. The kind that sees you. I didn't know what to do. Just stood there, holding whatever I'd picked up, pretending to be distracted. But I saw her again, watching. Not with judgment. Not even flirtation, really. Just interest. The strange thing? I'd caught her staring twice before that. Both times I brushed it off. But now I'm wondering, does she feel something? See something? Because here's the thing. I was wearing my silver again. The pendant I've had since I was a kid, a gift from my granddad. When I was around 8. It's always meant something to me, but I didn't wear it often. Recently, though, I bought a proper chain. Real silver, solid. I put it on while I was thinking about what I really need. For my power. For protection. What feels right. As soon as I clipped it around my neck, I felt it. A shift, like something clicked into place. And then I noticed her. Not everyone notices me. not truly. But she did. There's something kind in her. Not weak, kind. The kind that watches with quiet strength. Like she sees something in me that others miss. Part of me wonders if she looks up to me, even without knowing why. Like she senses that I've changed, that I've stopped hiding what I am, that I no longer need to speak my spells out loud, because they live in my blood, in my breath, in the way I walk. I haven't said anything to her, but part of me wants to. The other part still waits, just a little longer to be sure. And while all of this was happening, the pendant, the shop, the girl, something else was unfolding. My mum's cat, 17 years old, suddenly became unwell. She's really my sister's cat, but she's been in our lives forever, through everything. But even before we knew she was ill, I felt something. I walked past her in the house. She was lying there, still alive, calm. But as I passed her, something heavy moved through me. It was soft but cold, and I thought meant without reason. She's going to die. I didn't say anything. It didn't feel like a thought. It felt like a truth already written. And now we know it was. She's been ill for 3 days. And tomorrow, 1st August, my birthday, someone's coming to the house to help her pass. She'll be put to sleep gently, at home. Then we'll bury her in the garden. I dug her grave today. It felt like something sacred. Heavy, but needed. She's still alive tonight, but I wanted the place ready for her. She deserves that much. While I dug, the pendant lay against my skin, and I felt it again, that tingle at the back of my neck. I felt it last night too, and again this morning while writing. It wasn't cold. It wasn't fear. It was presence, like something watching silently, not harmful, just noticing, like something in the unseen knew I was doing something that mattered. And I keep thinking of my own cat, the one who passed when I was pregnant with my first child. He was 18. Now my sister is pregnant, and her cat is ready to go. It's all circling back. Life, death, a passing, a beginning, something opening in me, again. The pendant, the girl, the grave, the tingle. My birthday, it's all happening at once. And it's too precise to be a coincidence. Something is changing in me. It's louder now, daily. Flashes of knowing before anything is said. I used to call them feelings. Now I know there's something more. Maybe it's the age. Maybe it's the time. Maybe I'm just ready now. But this is real, and I feel every part of it. If there's anything for another witch to take from this, it's this. Pay attention when the signs start layering. 1 tingle means something, 2 means more. But when the necklace, the look from a stranger, the grave, the date, the knowing all line up, that's not random. That's the current calling you. Trust it, write it down, learn its pattern, and remember, your tools are only as awake as you are. This pendant didn't start working the day it was given to me. It started working the day I did. What I've learned, if you work with jewelry or charms, always cleanse them before wearing, even if you've owned them for years. Old energy can sit in metal for decades, and it will either work with you or against you. Silver amplifies intuition and psychic sensing, but only if it's real and regularly cleansed. Wear it during times of heightened energy, like birthdays, moon phases, or moments when you feel watched by the unseen. Pay attention to who notices you when you wear it. Some people are drawn to your energy without understanding why. If an object hums, tingles, or feels heavier against your skin during a spell or emotional moment, that's a sign it's already carrying energy. Don't ignore signs around death, animals, or sudden shifts in mood. They can be part of a larger cycle starting to open. I'm no expert. I'm learning from my life and my own experiences as they happen. But I've found that once a piece of jewelry becomes part of your daily life, it starts to know you as much as you know it. I wear mine every day now. I know something else will be added to my chain one day. I don't know what yet, but I'll recognize it when it comes. Entry 9. The year it was made. I've done my research now. Check the marks on the pendant. Properly this time. It's real silver. Sterling. Stamped. It was made in 1982, before I was even born. My granddad gave it to me when I was about 8. He never bought anything new. Always old things, secondhand, full of stories. So this pendant wasn't just a gift. It was already a piece of someone else's life, already carrying energy before it reached me, and now it's mine. After all these years of keeping it, wearing it on and off, putting it away, I've brought it back out. Gave it a proper silver chain, put it around my neck again, and I felt it shift. It wasn't just memory. It was like I'd called something back to me, or maybe it had been waiting for me to grow into it. This time I didn't just wear it. I claimed it as mine today, fully, Deliberately, I stood still, held it in both hands, focused, and I said, "This pendant is mine. I call it back to me. Any energy not mine, leave now. I clear it. I cleanse it. I claim it." I clipped it around my neck, felt the weight settle, felt something press back. Then I said, "Bound to me by silver and time, you protect me. You walk with me. I charge you with my energy, and I welcome your strength. And finally, from this moment forward, you answer only to me. We are one. It is done." I felt a tingle at the back of my neck again, the same as before, like something watching. But this time it didn't just see me. It recognized me. This pendant isn't just jewelry now. It's mine. Claimed. Bound to my energy. It carries memory and his and mine. And from now on, it walks with me. Not as decoration, but as a tool, a shield, a sign. This is where my power sits now. Not just in words or ritual, but in the metal I wear, the weight I carry, the bloodline that chose me, 1982, before I knew who I was. But maybe this pendant did. And now I'm ready to use it. Entry 10. What my dad told me today. My dad told me something today about when I was a baby. I'd heard it before, but now it hits different. He said my mum was asleep at the time. She didn't see anything. But he was awake, and he had me with him. And then he saw a light. He said it turned into a line, like it stretched across the room. Then it pulled into a ball. And then it just shot out, fast, gone, like nothing he's ever seen before. He told me he was in shock. Didn't know what to think. And I could tell even now, all these years later, it still stuck with him. It wasn't just some light in the corner. It moved with purpose. It changed shape. It left fast, and it happened when I was just a baby. After he told me that, I started thinking about it properly, and I've been doing my own research. And now, I really think it was a guardian spirit. Something came with me, or came to check on me, or maybe it's always been around since. It's strange because now, all this time later, I feel like things are waking back up again. I've been drawn to my silver pendant, feeling things more, getting flashes before things happen. Maybe this is all connected. The light he saw, the pendant I've kept all these years, the way I feel now, stronger, more aware. He saw something back then, and I think it's still with me now. And maybe that's the thing about spirit signs. You don't always understand them when they happen. Sometimes they're seeds planted decades before you realize what they mean. If you've had something strange happen when you were young, write it down, even if it makes no sense yet. Objects, feelings, and moments can be connected in ways you only see years later. I'm not saying this just for witches. This is for anyone who works with intuition, energy, or faith in something unseen. The patterns will show themselves when you're ready to see them. Entry 10, Part 2, Calling Him Back. If that light really was a guardian spirit, and I believe now that it was, then maybe he's still with me. Maybe he never left. And if he's been here all along, I want to call him properly now. I want him to know I see him. I've been feeling it more lately. Tingles at the back of my neck. Like something brushing just behind me. But not in a scary way. Just there, present, watching. It started when I finally put the pendant on again. I've had it since I was a kid, 8 years old. My granddad gave it to me, but he always bought secondhand things. It was made in 1982. Older than me, already carrying something before I ever wore it. I used to wear it on and off, but now I've claimed it. I said it out loud. This is mine. It belongs to me. Anything not mine, leave now. I call my energy back. I charge it with my power. We are one. Since then, the energy's been stronger. My awareness is sharper, and I feel like he's near. Maybe the spirit came when I was born, like my dad saw, and waited all this time for me to be ready. Maybe that time is now. Today, I called out quietly, just to him. If you are the light my dad saw, if you've been protecting me, I call on you now. You're welcome. You're mine. Show me your name when you're ready. Walk with me properly now. I'm not afraid. I don't know what his name is yet, but I'll wait for it. I'll listen. And when it comes, I'll write it here. He came once, and I think he's still here. If you ever feel like something has been with you since the beginning, don't rush to label it. Spirit guides, guardians, ancestors. They'll tell you what they are when the time is right. For now, notice the patterns. The times you feel watched but safe. The objects that feel heavier in your hand than their size should allow. The moments where a phrase or name comes into your mind without reason. You don't have to be an expert. I'm learning as I go. Everything I write here is from my own life, not a textbook. Sometimes I'll get it wrong. Sometimes I'll realize things months later. But every entry is a piece of the bigger picture. And maybe that's the work. Not to have all the answers, but to keep listening. I've realized I'm more of a sensitive than a witch, at least in how it started for me. A sensitive feels things first. We notice the shift in the air before the wind even changes. We know when someone's lying without hearing the proof. We can sense a death coming, or a birth, or a storm. That's me. It's always been me. But I also do witch things. Spells, rituals, charms. So I carry both. Sensitive is what I am. Witch is what I do. Entry 11. The stones I found as a child. When I was a kid, I used to go to the cliffs at Roos, near the beach. I didn't know much about crystals or magic then. I just felt pulled. Like something was calling me from the rocks. That's where I found them. Small stones, broken open, shining inside. Some were purple like amethyst. Some were green, maybe fluorite or something else. I didn't know what they were, but I always picked them up. It felt like they were meant for me. I used to take them home. I didn't hide them. I left them in the garden. And then they'd just disappear. No one admitted to moving them. They weren't washed away. They were just gone. Even back then, I felt something about it, like they came with a message. And once they gave it, they left. Now that I'm older, now that I'm waking up again, I think those stones were connected to the land, to me, to something deeper I couldn't understand as a child. Maybe they were testing my energy. Maybe I wasn't meant to keep them. Just notice them. Maybe they were the first sign that I was different. Even now, every time I see a purple crystal, I feel something in my chest. Familiar, warm, a quiet pull. I don't have those stones anymore, but I remember the feeling. And I think that's the part that stayed. I've done my research since. The cliffs at Roos are rich in minerals, and sometimes crystals form naturally there. But the pull I felt as a kid wasn't just about geology. Some witches and sensitives believe that crystals can appear or be revealed when someone's energy is ready for them, and then vanish once their work is done. It's not about possession. It's about connection. That makes sense to me now. I think those stones were never meant to stay with me forever. They were my first teachers, quiet ones. And maybe that's why, even now, I still feel the same pull when I see amethyst or green fluorite. Like they're saying, "We remember you." Entry 12. The night I called my soulbound. It started in the bath. I was grounded, fully present, calm, the water holding me like the earth never could. No chaos in my mind, no fear in my body, just stillness. And in that quiet I spoke, not out loud, not exactly, but with intention strong enough to echo. I reached for my guardian, and I said, "I'm ready now. Help me find my soulmate, my soulbound." There was no flash of light, no voice in return, just a sense that something had heard me, that somewhere, out there or ahead, something shifted. That night, for the first time, I wore my pendant to bed. I felt safe with it on, like it was part of the call I'd made. I was drifting off to sleep, not fully under, not fully awake, when I felt it. First the sound, soft tires rolling. Then the shape, a push bike moving toward me. Someone was riding it. I couldn't see their face, but I felt their energy like heat before a storm. Familiar, deep bound. And then I knew. This wasn't just a dream. This was the answer. This was the one I called. They came too fast. I felt them try to stop, try not to crash into me, but they couldn't. The bond had already pulled too tight, and when they reached me, they entered. Not violently, but fully. I felt it like a soul sliding into alignment, like someone I'd always known stepping back into my skin. I wasn't overtaken. I was soulbound. A mild headache bloomed as I woke, sharp enough to remind me it was real, gentle enough to let me hold on to it. And I knew. They heard me. They came. Now I just have to decide what to do with the door I opened. Witch's note. A soulbound call isn't the same as a love spell. It's deeper, older. You're not forcing someone into your life. You're opening a door to the one your soul is already tied to, whether you've met in this life or not. If you ever attempt it, be grounded first. Water works well because it clears static energy and holds you steady. Have something personal on you, a pendant, ring, or charm you've claimed as yours, to carry your intent beyond the moment. When you speak the call, focus on how it feels rather than the exact words. And remember, once the door opens, you can't easily close it. The bond will find a way to manifest. Entry 13, the spiral pendant and the day she left. The vet stepped into the house and said, "I've got a nurse with me." The moment he said that, something shifted. Not fear, not nerves, just a change in the air, like something came in with them, something I could feel but not see. The nurse walked in behind her, and straight away I felt it. A weight, a presence, an energy I couldn't ignore. But he didn't look at me, not at first, like he was avoiding my face on purpose. And then I saw it. Around his neck, not a chain but a black cord. Tied to it was a rough dark stone, not polished, not shiny, with 2 gold spirals etched into the surface. They curled in opposite directions but came from the same point. Like they were bound and separating at the same time, and I couldn't stop staring. Something in me knew instantly. He was a witch. He didn't say it. He didn't need to. I felt it. It was like the pendant wasn't just a necklace. It was a signal, a knowing, and when I saw it, something in me lit up. Recognition, not in words, in energy. The nurse still hadn't looked at me. He stayed focused on the task. But when they left, when they finally said goodbye, then he looked, just once, and I felt something pass between us, silent but real. Before they started, they both said how lovely she was, how young she looked for her age, how clean and soft her fur was, 17 years and still gentle. But she was very wet, they said, her body showing signs. She didn't even respond when the first injection went in. No flinch, no pull, nothing. Silly girl, brave, or maybe just ready. But before they arrived, I had already spoken to her. I sat with her and whispered, "I take your pain. You'll feel peace now. You won't be alone." I told her Simber would find her, my old cat. That he'd look after her. That she'd be safe. No pain, I kept saying. No pain. And then it happened. They gave the second injection. And when I looked into her eyes, I saw it. A window, not imagined, not symbolic, a real window to the other side. It opened. And then she was gone. Her body still there, but she wasn't. I felt her leave. I wrapped her myself. I took her outside. I buried her with my own hands. The day before, the ground was hard rock and clay, almost impossible. But somehow I got through it. I planted pink and purple flowers, ones that looked like they were blooming for something sacred, and I placed white stones around her, made the space peaceful, marked. Then I went back inside, and I knew. She wasn't watching. She wasn't near. She was gone. Like she'd never been here at all. And I stood by her grave on my birthday, and I didn't cry. Not because I didn't care, but because I wasn't ready, and I still don't know what to say. My heart's broken, and yet in all of it, the silence after she left, the stillness of the house, my mind kept going back to that pendant. 2 spirals, bound and separate, like endings and beginnings in the same breath, like life leaving and something else stepping in. Maybe that day wasn't just about loss. Maybe it was a door. Entry 14. The kind of witch I am. I think I'm rare, not because I'm better, but because I feel like I carry more. Most people talk about one kind of gift, one type of witch, one path, but I've counted. I don't have just one. I'm an empath. I feel people's moods even when they lie. I'm energy sensitive. I shake, go dizzy, feel sick when emotions crash. I get visions, flashes of things before they happen. I sense spirits, the tingles on my neck, the feeling I'm not alone. I read people fast, without trying. Sometimes I even feel their past, their grief. What they won't say. That's 6, but I don't think that's all. Sometimes I think I'm part healer, even if I don't know how to control it yet. Sometimes I think I can shift things just by being there. And then there are the plants. I can't stop buying them. It's like something in me needs to, even if I forget to water them, even if they don't last. I still feel connected, like they're part of something I need around me. I don't tend to them like others do. I don't hover or sing or check the soil. Sometimes I forget they're there, but I always notice them when I walk past. They're like me, a little wild, left to grow on their own, half neglected but still trying, still pushing toward the light. Maybe that's a kind of magic too. Maybe the fact that I want them near is enough. Even if they don't all survive, even if I don't know what I'm doing, I still bring life in. I still want to be surrounded by growth. Maybe that's just who I am. A rare mix of gifts, a witch with more than one name, still figuring it out, but already becoming. And maybe that's the truth of it. I'm not here to fit one label. I'm here to be the bridge between people and spirits, between past and future, between what grows and what fades. And maybe the kind of witch I am is just me. Entry 15. The guardian who grew with me. I think it was Simber, not 100%, but most signs point to him. Was he the guardian? Has he been the guardian all along? His name was Simber. Not just a cat, never just a cat. He came into my life when I was 8 or 9. But even then, I knew something about him was different. He didn't act like other animals. He didn't feel like something I owned. He felt like someone who had always known me. Like someone who had been waiting to step forward. Now I wonder, was he already watching me as a baby? Was he the spirit my dad saw standing near my cot that night? Silent and still, guarding the room without moving. And when I needed him most, did that spirit step into Simber, take on a form I wouldn't fear, just to stay close and keep me safe? We grew up together. Simber was there through everything. Every shift, every ache. Not just a comfort, a constant. He had this way of appearing when I was low, sitting by me quietly, like he knew exactly how I felt. He'd watch me without blinking, calm, still, aware, as if he was listening to more than my words. He moved through the house like he was guarding more than rooms. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at a spot where nothing was there, nothing I could see. But he saw it. He always did. And in those moments, it felt like he wasn't just looking. He was warning. Or protecting. It's like he remembered lifetimes I didn't. Like he carried something older in him. He stayed for 18 years. Long enough to see me through the darkest years. Long enough to make sure I survived things even I didn't know I was surviving. And just before I had my first child, he left. I was heavily pregnant. Simber passed on quietly, but not by accident. He'd done what he came to do. Protected the child. And the child's child. That's what guardians do. They come when they're needed. They stay until their purpose is complete. But I don't think he's gone. Not truly. I still feel him sometimes. Not like a memory, but like a presence. Like something invisible still guards the house. Still checks on me. It's not Simber now. Not in form. But something is here, watching. I've been reading about spirit guardians, the ones who appear through generations. They don't always stay the same. They don't always come as people. They can take the form that comforts you most. They choose what you'll trust. Maybe mine chose Simber to keep me calm, to make me feel safe. And now as I step deeper into who I really am, as the magic sharpens and the dangers grow, I think something else has stepped in. Another guardian. Older maybe, stronger. Not for the child anymore, but for the woman I've become. And I feel them. Quiet, close, steady. Still here, still watching, still mine. I don't fit neatly into any one box. Not green witch, not spirit witch, not healer, not seer, but all of them stitched together. Maybe that's why I've never found another quite like me. And maybe I never will. Because I'm not meant to follow someone else's path. I'm here to make my own. Entry 16, the look that stops them. It happened on the roundabout. 3 exits. I was taking the first left. I wasn't rushing. 46 and a 60. He didn't like that. Too close behind me, edging forward like he could push me out of the way. Then he came alongside. Not a glance. A steady, unblinking look. Holding my pace. Matching me turn for turn, as if daring me to flinch. 10 seconds, maybe more, though it felt longer. Like time was thick, the air heavy, and the rest of the world blurred out. His eyes said he wanted me gone. Mine told him he'd picked the wrong one. I didn't break the stare. I let it burn. I let him see, not the polite mask, not the everyday me. The other part and the deep part. The one that carries shadow like a second skin. The one that knows how to hurt without moving a muscle. And then, I smiled. Slow, cold, evil enough to curl at the edges. A smile that told him exactly how it would end if he tried. His expression shifted in an instant. Anger faltered. Confusion bled into fear. It was the look of a man who had just stared too far into a well and realized something down there stared back. Like he'd glimpsed the truth of me, and wished he hadn't. We reached my exit together. He had no room to cut in front. But I don't think it was the space that stopped him. It was the way I'd let him inside my soul, and what he'd seen there. Only later, on a wider road, did he finally overtake, quick, like he wanted the moment gone. But it was too late. He'd carry that look with him. And me? I didn't even blink. Some think power lives only in spells and candles, but a witch knows it can be in the eyes too. If you ever need to protect yourself without touching a thing, here's what I've learned. Hold their gaze. Don't be the one to break it. Slow your breathing. It unsettles more than anger. Send your energy through your eyes into theirs. A silent warning. When you're ready, let the smallest smile form. Like you already know how it ends. It's not aggression. It's opening the door to your shadow and letting them decide if they really want to walk through. Entry 17, the morning lights. This morning, just after waking and washing my face, I saw something I've only ever witnessed a handful of times in my life. Rare enough to be unforgettable, but familiar enough to know it wasn't my imagination. I was in my bedroom. The light in the room was ordinary. The air didn't look hazy or dusty. And then I noticed them, bright white floating lights. Not tiny specks like you'd see when sunlight catches dust, but larger, more defined, each one shining like its own little star. They drifted slowly, separate from each other, hanging in the air in no pattern I could trace. They seemed solid enough that I felt I could reach out and take one between my fingers, but when I reached for the nearest, it vanished. And not just that one. Several disappeared together, like they knew they'd been spotted. Even though each one was separate, the way they vanished in clusters made me feel they were connected somehow, as if they were part of the same network or presence. This isn't the first time I've seen them, but it's far from common. I might notice them once a year, sometimes up to 3 times in a year, but never enough to expect them. They appear without warning and disappear just as quickly. The timing here feels important. Last night was a full moon, and tonight it will still be full. The night before, I had made a wish under that same moonlight. I won't say what for. Some things are better kept between you and the moon. And the very next morning the lights came. What they could be, researched in magical perspectives. Over the years I've looked into what these floating white lights could be. I've compared spiritual traditions, folklore, psychic accounts, and the occasional scientific explanation. Here's what I've learned. 1. Magical or energetic presence. In witchcraft, strong intention, like a full moon wish or spell, is believed to leave an energy charge in the air. Most people can't see it, but some witches and sensitives can. This energy often appears as shimmering particles, motes or orbs, especially right after ritual work. Seeing them the next morning suggests the energy hadn't yet dispersed. It was still alive, still moving toward its purpose. 2. Spirit or guide activity. In many spiritual paths, white or silver lights are linked to benevolent spirits, ancestors, guides, protectors. They can appear during important life moments, when you're making big changes, or after setting a powerful intention. Some believe they're a form of communication, a way of saying, "We heard you. We're with you." 3. Fairy lights. Folklore from Britain, Ireland, and parts of Europe tells of fairy lights, or will-o'-the-wisps, small glowing orbs seen at night, often near water or during moonlight. In modern fairy lore, they can be drawn to magical work, especially offerings or wishes made under the moon. Unlike the trickster lights of old ghost stories, fairy lights in a safe, familiar space are often seen as a blessing or sign of interest. 4. Astral bleed-through. Some psychic traditions say that upon waking, you're not fully back in your physical senses yet. You're still half in the astral or energetic realm. In this state, your eyes and mind can pick up on things normally hidden, like the movement of energy or the presence of other beings. This could explain why I've almost always seen these lights shortly after waking. 5. Lunar energy amplification. The full moon is a natural amplifier in witchcraft. Any energy raised during it is believed to be more intense, more visible, and more persistent. If the lights are magical energy, the fact they appeared right after a full moon makes complete sense. It's the time when magic is at its brightest and most active. 6. Scientific explanation. From a non-magical standpoint, shiny particles in the air could be dust, pollen, or moisture catching the light. But that doesn't explain the size, the timing, or the way they vanished when I reached out. Another possibility is phosphenes, or blue field entoptic phenomenon, where you see light dots moving across your vision due to how light interacts with your eyes. But again, in my case, they've always felt external, part of the space, not inside my eyes. Why I lean toward the magical explanation. The rarity of these sightings, their behavior, and the timing around the full moon make me think this wasn't just dust or eye tricks. The lights were too large, too bright, and too responsive to feel random. They appeared right after a wish was made under a full moon. And in witchcraft, that combination of intention and lunar energy is exactly the recipe for magic. You can see, to me they were a sign. The wish was set in motion. The energy was alive, and something unseen was working on my behalf. How to interact with energy lights safely. If you ever see bright floating lights like the ones I've described, here's a safe way to explore them, without disrupting the energy or risking anything negative. 1. Stay calm and observe. The more relaxed you are, the longer they tend to linger. Breathe slowly and don't rush to touch them right away. Let them move naturally. 2. Test their reaction. Slowly move your hand near one, but don't grab it. Notice if it drifts away, vanishes, or moves toward you. Some will disappear when approached. This is common in fairy and spirit lights. 3. Acknowledge them. In a soft voice or in your mind, say something like, "I see you. Thank you for being here." In magical tradition, this respectful acknowledgement can encourage further interaction. 4. Record the details. Note the time of day, the moon phase, your emotional state, and what you were doing right before you saw them. Patterns may emerge. For me, they often appear near full moons or after strong intention work. 5. Offer gratitude. Whether you think they're spirits, energy, or just a rare natural event, gratitude is powerful. You could light a white candle later that day, or leave an offering, like fresh water or flowers, to honor the experience. Witchcraft tip. Some witches believe that if you see these lights after making a wish, you can seal the magic by placing your hand over your heart, visualizing the light soaking into your chest and whispering, "So it is." This is thought to help absorb the energy into yourself, so it travels with you instead of dispersing. So what could these lights actually be? After years of noticing them and researching across witchcraft, folklore, psychic traditions, and even science, these are the main possibilities. Magical and spiritual possibilities. 1. Manifestation energy. In witchcraft, a strong intention made under the full moon can leave a visible charge in the air. These lights may be the spark of your wish still moving toward you. 2. Spirit or guide presence. White lights are often linked to guides, ancestors, or protective spirits, showing support or acknowledging your magic. 3. Fairy lights. Folklore speaks of glowing motes drawn to magical work, especially under moonlight. Appearing. 4. Lunar energy residue. The full moon amplifies all magical and psychic energy, making it more visible for a short time after rituals or wishes. 5. Astral bleed-through. Upon waking, your senses may still be partly in the astral realm, allowing you to glimpse energies normally hidden. Natural possibilities. 6. Light reflections, dust, pollen, or moisture in the air catching light. But this is less likely given the size and behavior you described. 7. Visual phenomena. Eye. Adjustment after waking can create sparkles in your vision, though these usually move with your eyes rather than in the room. Given their size, the way they moved, and the timing after a full moon wish, I lean toward a magical explanation. Whether they were energy, spirit, or fairy, they felt like a sign, a reminder that sometimes magic makes itself seen. The deeper lore of white lights in witchcraft. Train folklore caution. While most bright white lights are considered positive, some traditions warn. Lights that flee quickly when approached are shy or neutral. Lights that follow persistently may be calling you toward something, and not all calls are safe to answer without protection. Lights seen near thresholds, doors, windows, gates, can mean an energy or being is attempting to enter, in which case witches traditionally cleanse or ward afterwards. 4. Magical application. Experienced witches sometimes catch the energy of these lights by holding a silver or quartz object into the space where the light is and mentally drawing it in, sealing it for later use in spell work. Performing a moon water sealing. Placing a bowl of moon-charged water in the path of the lights to absorb the energy for later drinking. Plant watering or anointing. Directing the light into a specific goal. Speaking the intention aloud, while the light is visible, as this is considered a rare window of heightened manifestation. 5. Advanced observation technique. If you wish to study them further, keep a dedicated journal logging date, moon phase, weather, emotional state, and magical activity before each sighting. Use a liminal gaze, slightly unfocused eyes, as if looking past the object, to prolong visibility. Test their field by moving slowly toward and away from them, seeing if they shift in sync with your movement or independently. Entry 18. I know what you are. It happened twice. 2 different days. Same man. The first time was in the shop. He walked in like he owned the place, but not in a confident way. In a watch me but don't watch me way, I didn't need anyone to tell me what he was. I just knew. It's in the way they move, the way their energy sticks to them like smoke. He was a drug dealer. I could feel it before he even spoke. He talked to another guy near the back. Low voice, quick glances. I stayed nearby, close enough to catch the tone even if I couldn't hear the words. It wasn't just small talk. It was business wrapped in casual chat. I've seen him around plenty of times before, Always the same vibe. A black car outside waiting. Then he was gone. 4 or 5 days later, I saw him again. Same shop, but this time he wasn't alone. The moment I spotted him, I locked on. Not in a shy, sneaky way. In a yes, I'm looking, and I'm not stopping way. I wanted him to know I remembered. That I knew. He didn't look back at me once. That's how you can tell when someone knows you know. But they won't meet your eyes. He let the other guy do the talking. And that's when the second guy, the one with him, looked straight at me. "You all right?" he said, like he was trying to size me up. I didn't flinch. I gave him the cheekiest grin I've ever given anyone. Not friendly, not sweet. The kind of grin that says, "Yeah, mate, I know exactly what you're doing. And I'm enjoying watching you squirm." I looked from him to the first guy, and back again. Then I held that smile. They both felt it. The "I know you" feeling, the "you've been caught" feeling. When they left and headed to the black car, I didn't look away. I stood there watching them drive off, still smiling to myself. They probably thought I was some weird freak, but I know I rattled them. I felt it, and I wanted them to know. I'm not the kind of person who looks away when I see something I shouldn't. I want to be caught watching. How to use a cheeky stare to rattle someone. If you ever want someone to know you see right through them, without saying a word, here's how. Spot them first. Let them know you notice them, not the other way around. Hold your ground. No fidgeting. No pretending you weren't looking. Use the grin. Not a polite smile, a slow, knowing grin that says I've already worked you out. Switch your gaze. Look at them, then at whoever they're with, then back again. Make it clear you're clocking the connection. Stay until they move. Let them be the ones to look away or leave first. It's not about being aggressive. It's about letting them feel that you've seen something they didn't, want seen, and you're not afraid to let them know. Why it works. People expect confrontation to be loud, physical, or obvious. A stare works because it's silent. It forces their mind to fill the gap with whatever they fear you know. When you hold your ground, you shift the balance of power without saying a word. And when you smile, not in kindness, but in certainty, it tells them they're already caught. This isn't just body language. It's energy work. You're projecting confidence, intent, and truth straight through your eyes. The right person will feel it like a hand around their spine. Why it works for me. This only works if you're not scared. And I mean not scared at all. Fear changes your eyes. It shows in the way you breathe, the way your body shifts. People can smell it. If you're scared of people, scared of being hurt, this won't land the same way. You need to train yourself to truly believe no one can break you. Me? I have no fear of people or what they could do to me. If I feel someone might try to hurt me, I welcome it. I'm strong in my physical presence, but even stronger in my power. That's what makes the difference. The man I stared down could easily have had a knife. Maybe he would have used it if we weren't in a public place. But my eyes told him I wouldn't back down, and that's why he didn't push. This works for me because I've taught myself never to fear anyone. My granddad always told me, it's the living you have to watch, not the dead. He saw ghosts his whole life, and I've sensed them too. I grew up knowing spirits can't harm me, so I carried that lesson over to the living. I've been in fights. I've been battered. I've stood toe-to-toe with people who could take me out and gone in willingly. Showing no fear, and truly believing it, freaks people out more than anything. But here's your warning. Just because it worked for me, doesn't mean it will for you. If you hesitate, if you're unsure, if deep down you're afraid, they'll see it. And then the power shifts to them. Train your mind first. Believe in your strength. Then, when the moment comes, they'll feel it before you even move. I'm only 5 tall and 38-year-old woman, but size has nothing to do with presence. Entry 19, coffee and water. I've always thought coffee calms me. Not in the sleepy way. More like it pulls my scattered thoughts into one place. Makes me feel sharp and steady at the same time. That's why I drink it so much. It's not just habit. It's how I get my head clear enough to work. Coffee makes me strong. I feel like it's my drug. Water is different. It doesn't focus me. It softens me. Makes me feel good from the inside out, like it's washing something clean that I didn't even know was there. I can't explain it, but every sip feels like my body is saying thank you. And now, there's something new. I've only just found out what moon water is. Tonight, I put bottled water in the window, second night of the full moon, just to see. Usually my power doesn't need things like that. I just say it and it happens. But lately my power feels like it's waking in a way. I've never felt before. Stronger, sharper. I like it stretching after a long sleep. I want to try spells. I want to know what everything is for. I've never copied other witches. I've always done my own thing. But now I want to learn from them too. I want to be more powerful. Still good, but strong enough to stand against anything. So I've got the moon water there just in case. I'm learning new things every day. I'm doing my research on everything. I want to be the best I can be. Maybe coffee and water have been my quiet magic all along. One to wake my fire, one to keep me whole. But now I'm adding moon water to the mix. Who knows what that will bring? Witch's note. Coffee carries fire and air energy. Drink it before spell work to focus, fuel, and sharpen your will. Stir clockwise to draw energy in, counterclockwise to send something away. Water is pure element. It cleanses, restores, and carries intention. Moon water is water that's been charged under the moonlight, absorbing the lunar energy of that phase. Full moon water is strongest for power, manifestation, and psychic growth. If you keep both coffee and moon water in your practice, you have two opposite but balanced forces. One to ignite, one to soothe, one to create, one to heal. Deeper lore of moon water, origins and folklore. In Celtic tradition, wells and springs blessed under the moon were believed to heal and reveal visions. In Japanese Shinto practice, moon viewing festivals honored the moon as a purifier and protector, with water often placed to catch its reflection. In African diaspora traditions, moon-charged water was sometimes used to anoint the body or tools for protection and success. Why it works. Water is a blank page. It holds whatever is written into it. Moonlight is an energy imprint. It carries the qualities of the moon phase. When the two combine, the water remembers the moon's power. Full moon, power, manifestation, clarity, psychic enhancement. New moon, new beginnings, intention setting, renewal. Waning moon, release, banishing, ending what no longer serves. Waxing moon, growth, attraction, building energy. Practical uses in witchcraft. Drink a small amount to internalize the moon's energy. Add to baths for cleansing and empowerment. Anoint candles, charms, or your own forehead before spell work. Water plants to bless growth and protection. Sprinkle around your home for peace or warding. Witch's warning. Never drink moon water left uncovered outside where insects, dirt, or unsafe elements could get in. Always use clean, safe water if you plan to ingest it. If you only intend it for anointing or spell work, you can be less strict, but still keep it sealed for purity of energy. Moon water doesn't just hold magic, it remembers it. If you make it during a powerful moment in your life, that feeling will be in the water every time you use it. In that way, it's more than a tool. It's a time capsule of your own power. How to make moon water. Quick Witch's Guide. Full moon version. Strongest for power and manifestation. 1. Choose your water. Use bottled or filtered water if you plan to drink it. Tap water is fine for non-drinking spell work. 2. Pick your container. Glass jar or bottle with a lid. Clear glass works best for absorbing light. Or place it under moonlight. Set it on a windowsill or outside where the moon can see it. Keep it sealed if you plan to drink it. 4. Charge it with intention. Hold your hands over the container. Speak, whisper, or think your intention into the water. 5. Leave it overnight. Let it sit from moonrise to sunrise for a full charge. Second night of the full moon is still powerful. 6. Store it. Keep it sealed and labeled. Drink within 1 to 3 days for personal use, or keep for up to a month for spell work. Tip. You can make different batches for different intentions. Love, protection, clarity, by setting a separate jar for each and naming them as you charge them. Coffee plus moon water spell ideas. 1. Morning fire and focus spell for energy and mental clarity. Oh, brew your coffee as normal. If you're me, it's cappuccino every time. Oh, add 1 teaspoon of full moon water. Oh, stir clockwise 3 times, saying, fire in my mind, light in my soul. I rise, I see, I am whole. Oh, drink slowly, imagining golden light flowing through your veins. 2. Calm strength bath for grounding and balance. Oh, add 1-2 cups of moon water to warm bath water. Oh, place a cup of brewed coffee, black, in the bath with you, in a heat-safe bowl. Oh, pour a few drops of the coffee into the water while saying, fire and water, balance and might, keep me steady, hold me tight. Oh, soak for at least 10 minutes, letting the blend of elements sink into you. 3. Manifestation charm, for bringing your goals closer. Oh, on a small piece of paper, write your goal or desire. Oh, place it under a heat-safe cup. Oh, pour in coffee mixed with a splash of moon water. Oh, hold the cup in both hands, visualizing your goal already achieved. Oh, when cooled, pour the liquid at the base of a healthy plant to grow your intention into reality. Results journal. After using any of these spells, jot down the date, moon phase, and what you felt, physically and emotionally. Check back after a week to see if anything shifted. Over time, you'll see which combinations work best for you. Entry 20. Second night, same moon. Tonight is the second night of the full moon. I hadn't planned to go out, but something pulled at me, like a whisper saying, I'd miss something important if I stayed inside. I followed that pull without a second thought. And then I saw her, the same girl as before, but this time, my eyes went straight to her necklace. A small crescent moon carved, entirely from black tourmaline, hanging just below her collarbone. The silver chain caught the light, but the stone itself drank it in, deep and dark, as if it was holding something hidden. It didn't just glint. It felt like it was watching me back. My chest tightened in that strange, certain way it does, when you recognize something, before you found the words for it. I'd made my wish last night under the full moon, with my bottle of water sitting in the window, soaking in the light. I'd felt strong, sure. But tonight, seeing her there made me want to do it again. Not just once more, but every time the moon is full, to keep speaking it until the moon can't help but make it real. I don't know why I feel this certain, but I do. It's like my power is building, each wish layering over the last. And the more I think about it, the more I feel she's part of that power somehow. 2 full moons in a row, or 2 nights of the same one. And she appears again. That can't be nothing. I'm not the type to believe in coincidences. It's strange. I don't even know her name. Yet my mind is already running ahead, imagining her as part of something bigger. A coven. My coven. One I could build myself, not by following anyone else's rules, but by finding people whose energy feels like it fits with mine. I've never had that before. Witches I could trust, work with, grow stronger beside. I've always done my own thing, followed my instincts, made spells out of nothing but emotion and will. But lately, my power feels like it's waking up in a way that needs more. Maybe she's the first. Maybe the moon keeps putting her in my path for a reason. If I did start a coven, I'd want it to be powerful but good. No cruelty, no petty games. Just real magic, raw and honest. People who understand that power isn't just about spells. It's about the person holding them. I don't know if she's a witch. I don't know if she even realizes I've noticed her. But when I saw that moon necklace, I felt something shift. I'll keep making my wishes. I'll keep watching. And if the moon's trying to tell me she's meant to be part of my circle, I'll be ready when the time comes. Witch's note. When a person appears more than once during a full moon, pay attention. The moon reflects what is meant to be seen, and if someone is shown to you in that light, they may be linked to your path. If the thought of forming a coven comes alongside this, trust that too. Magic often works through patterns you only understand after they've played out. Entry 21. The weight of the moon. Last night, for the first time, I left my pendant under the full moon. I didn't plan it. It just felt like the right thing to do, like it was calling for the moonlight. Silver has always been protective for me, but I'd never thought about charging it before. This morning, the moment I put it back on, I knew something was different. Usually it's so light I forget it's there. Today it felt like a weight pulling me down, not in a bad way, but in a way that made me straighten my shoulders and take notice, like it had been filled with something. The silver felt cool against my skin, but deep inside it carried a strange warmth, a steady hum. I found myself touching it every few minutes, my fingers curling around it without thinking. Maybe it's because the moon gave it more than just light. Maybe it gave it a voice, a presence. When I asked it to protect me, and to protect my dad while I was at his house, I could almost feel it listening. I don't know how long this heavy feeling will last, but for now it feels like the moon is still with me, hanging around my neck. I always say the words out loud, not in my head, not whispered under my breath. I speak them so they're real. Shield me. Protect me. I say it every day. Sometimes a few times if I'm out and feel a shift in the air. It's not just for me. I say it for my kids too. Every single day, no matter where they are. I picture them surrounded by the same invisible light I ask for myself. A layer that nothing harmful can cross. When I stayed at my dad's house last week, I did the same for him. I pictured the silver chain stretching from my neck to his, wrapping him in the same protective glow. I told her maybe, to block anything with harm in mind. I didn't ask for over-the-top protection, Just enough to make sure that whatever I've been sensing in that house would stay at a distance. I never felt like it meant him harm, more like something that was just there, a quiet presence, watching. But still, I spoke the words for him. Maybe that's why the pendant feels heavier. Now, because it's carrying more than one person. Maybe I need to come up with a proper family protection spell. One that's just ours. It's not just my protection anymore. Every morning now I hold the pendant in my hand before I even leave my bed. I picture the silver chain stretching out like a glowing thread, wrapping gently around my kids, then reaching further to loop around my dad. One single line connecting us, unbroken, uncuttable. When I speak the words out loud, the pendant responds. It's not just imagination. I swear I feel it hum against my palm, like it's answering me back. I've learned that protection feels stronger when spoken aloud. So I let my voice be clear. Shield us in light, keep harm away. Watch us by night, guard us by day. It's simple, but it works. I can feel it sink into the chain like water into soil. The energy doesn't just sit there, it moves. Every time I say it, I feel the pendant pulse. And the invisible thread tighten just enough to remind me it's there. Now, I can't imagine leaving the house without doing it. And when the next full moon comes, I'll charge it again. Not just for me, but for all of us. Because this isn't just jewelry anymore. It's our link, our shield. Spell note, the pendant shield. You can adapt this protection to any piece of jewelry you wear daily. Silver works best for me, but any material that feels personal and powerful to you will hold the energy. Now charge it under the full moon. Place it somewhere. Safe where moonlight can touch it directly, even through a window. Leave it overnight. 2. Hold it each morning. Picture a line of light connecting you and the people you want to protect. I'd speak your words aloud. You can use mine or write your own. Shield us in light, keep harm away. Watch us by night, guard us by day. 4. Wear it with intention. Touch it throughout the day to remind it of its purpose. 5. Recharge. Every full moon, repeat the process to keep the shield strong. Witch's note, why it feels heavier. I'll be honest. When I first charged it, I had no idea why it suddenly felt heavy. I thought maybe I'd imagined it, but the weight was too real to ignore. So I researched. Not just the easy first-page results, I dug deeper. What I found isn't something you see in every how-to guide. When silver is charged under a strong full moon, especially if it's worn daily, it can take on what's called a binding weight. It's not physical weight, it's energetic weight. That heaviness means the piece is absorbed, enough energy to hold its charge without leaking. Most people think lighter means better. But with protection charms, the opposite is often true. The weight is proof it's doing its job. Another thing I learned, when you add more than one person to your protection, like I did with my kids and my dad, the weight often increases. That's because it's holding the link between you, not just shielding you. I didn't know that before, but now I do, and so do you. Witch's insight, the moon's second breath. There's something I've only learned by accident, and I've never seen it in any book. When you charge a pendant under the full moon, most of the energy soaks in during the night, but there's a second, softer surge that happens just before sunrise. I call it the moon's second breath. It's like the moon is exhaling before it disappears, pushing one last wave of light into whatever it's been touching. If you can, hold your pendant at that exact moment, even for a few seconds, and speak your protection words. It's subtle, but it makes the shield feel deeper, steadier, almost like it's locked in place until the next full moon. Since that night, there have been moments where I've felt the pendant almost push back against my skin, like it knows something is near before I do. Once, while walking through town, the air shifted cold and heavy, and the chain seemed to warm instantly, as if answering without me asking. If you've never charged jewelry under a full moon before, know this. It's not just a ritual, it's an agreement. The moon gives, but it also changes what you carry. Be ready for that change and respect it. I keep doing it because every time I touch the silver, I'm reminded that I'm not just wearing a pendant. I'm wearing a promise. One I intend to keep. Entry 22, the protection that held. This one's short, but it's one I'll never forget. When my mum was in hospital, the doctors told us she was going to die. She was on oxygen, weak, barely able to move, and they said there wasn't much more they could do. That night I got home around 1 a.m., and then it hit me. Pain so intense it felt like my whole body was breaking. It wasn't a normal headache. It was pressure, pain, and heat all at once, like something trying to crush my skull from the inside. I couldn't speak. I couldn't think. It felt like I was dying, and in the middle of it, something in me switched on. I started saying it, not just in words, but with every single part of me. She will make it. She is protected. She will be saved. She will live until 100. I didn't just say it. I believed it completely. I didn't stop. I kept repeating it like it was already done. By the time I was in the hospital the next morning, they were talking about putting her to sleep because she was too weak to take the treatment they wanted to try. But when the guy came in to check the machines, he paused. He looked again. The readings had changed. He called the doctor in. They said, "We've got other options now. She might not need that, not yet." It didn't mean she was instantly better, but it meant she was still here, and they could fight for her. And she's still here now. Looking back, that was one of my first real acts of protection magic. No tools, no pendant, just raw intent and belief so strong it bent the outcome. The strangest thing is, I can still remember the exact second it happened. The shift from fear to certainty. One moment I was panicking, begging inside my own head for her to live. The next, it was like the whole world went silent. No hospital, no night, no noise, just me and the knowing. I wasn't hoping anymore, I knew. There wasn't a crack in it, not one. And I think that's when the magic locked in. The pain that tore through me that night makes sense now. It wasn't random. It was the energy forcing its way through my body, faster and harder than anything I'd ever felt. That's the cost when you work without tools. You become the tool. Your body takes it, and sometimes it hurts like hell. People don't talk about that enough. Afterwards, I felt like I'd run a marathon I didn't remember signing up for. Drained, shaky, but buzzing at the same time, like I'd burned through something and left nothing in reserve. I know now that some of the strongest protection work doesn't need candles, herbs, or even a spoken spell. Sometimes it's just raw willpower and belief so solid that reality bends to it. And when that happens, the strain can be physical. The pain is proof of the push. I didn't know it then, but something changed in me that night. I learned that I could hold that kind of power, and one day, I could anchor it into something I could wear, carry, and call on when I needed it. Witch's note: when your intent locks in that much, it doesn't just go out into the world and it blasts through you first. The pain, the heat, the pressure in my head and body, that was all the energy forcing its way out. I've learned that's a sign you're putting out a huge amount of power. This was before I ever used my pendant, so I know now that you don't always need tools. Sometimes the strongest protection is just pure, unshakable belief. If you ever do this, look after yourself after, ground, eat something filling, drink water, and rest. The magic works best when you survive the casting. I couldn't cope with knowing my mum was going to die. I didn't accept it. I needed it not to be real. I needed it to change. I believed it would. I think the most powerful magic is belief with no doubt. Entry 23. I found the group online and felt drawn to it instantly. There was something about the energy, real, advanced, layered, that made me believe it could be a place where I belonged. But the moment I clicked, I had that gut-deep knowing they wouldn't accept me. The admins caught my attention right away. 4 of them. The first had no profile photo, just an image of an eye, radiating a high, sharp energy that seemed to watch more than welcome. 2 of them, from their pictures and the pull of their energy, I knew wouldn't like me. They carried something closed off, almost cutting. The last admin was different. Kind eyes, a gentler current. I could feel the warmth from their photo. And for a moment I thought maybe they'd understand me. I answered the join questions with absolute honesty. No hiding, no polishing, just me. I really wanted to be part of that space. But less than 30 minutes after sending my request, I was banned. Maybe I clicked to join twice by mistake. Maybe it was an error. Or maybe they'd already decided long before I even reached them. Whatever the reason, it was like watching a door close in my face. I trust my instincts. But it still stings when you're pulled toward something, ready to step inside only to find you're not welcome. Entry 24. I always told myself that when the gray hairs started coming through, I'd dye them straight away. That was my plan for years. Stick to my natural hair until the grays showed up, and then start coloring it. I'd picture myself booking the appointment, walking into the salon, and walking out without a single silver strand showing. For a long time, the idea of going gray scared me. I wanted to look young forever. I thought the grays would make me feel old, tired, faded. It's funny looking back now, because so much has changed in how I feel about it. This year, back in March, at 37 years old, I finally went to the hairdresser to start the process, not for a full head of color straight away, but for the patch test first. They put a bit of dye on my skin, not on my hair. The plan was to come back 48 hours later for the real thing, but I had a reaction to the dye, so they said I should wait a couple of weeks and try a lighter color. I said I would, but I never went back. Life happened, and so did something else. Something shifted in me. I realized I didn't want to do it anymore. It wasn't that I couldn't. It was that I didn't need to. At first, I was emotional about the grays. I didn't want them. I felt like they were a sign of losing something, youth, beauty, the old me. But somewhere along the way, I started seeing them differently. I didn't just accept my gray hairs, I embraced them. I felt like I needed to go with what I had, to be proud of it, and to be happy with it. Because my hair is mine, my body is mine, and I've never changed it for anyone. I've never dyed my hair, never had a tattoo, never had a piercing. Not because I think those things are bad, but because I never wanted them for myself. My skin has stayed as it is. My hair the color I was born with. And now, even with the silver strands, I feel like it's exactly how it's meant to be. My face has been changing for a few years now. The lines, the slight softening. But instead of feeling like I'm fading, I feel like I'm becoming more beautiful with time. I thought I looked amazing at 16. I thought I looked amazing at 22. But now, at 38, I feel beautiful in a deeper way. I've stopped chasing the version of myself I thought I should be. I'm not trying to erase time. I'm embracing it. I'm slightly overweight, with big boobs, a bit of a belly, and curves that fill a room, but I wouldn't change any of it for the world. I love my shape. I love my body. I love me inside and out. The truth is, I feel prettier now than I ever did when I was younger. And it's not because I've stopped aging, it's because I've stopped caring about anyone else's opinion of my looks. When I see myself, I feel good. That's what matters. And if a few gray hairs come along for the ride, they're just part of the story. I'm 38 now, and the longer I live, the more I realize I've been building this version of myself without even knowing it. I've never dyed my hair, not once. I've never had a tattoo. I've never had a piercing, not even in my ears. It's not because I think any of those things are bad. In fact, I admire the people who use their bodies as a canvas. Bold colors in their hair, beautiful ink that tells a story, jewelry that catches the light. But for me, it's always been different. I've always felt like my skin, my hair, my body, they've been mine exactly as they are, and I never wanted to change them. The closest I ever came was this year, back in March when I was 37. I booked that hair appointment because I thought it was time to cover the grays. I went for the skin test, not the actual dye. And when I had a reaction, the hairdresser suggested a lighter color in a couple of weeks. But I never went back, and now I know why. It wasn't just the reaction. It was because something deep down in me was saying, no, keep yourself as you are. I think about how rare that is now. Most people have dyed their hair at least once. Piercings and tattoos are everywhere. And yet, here I am, my body unchanged. My hair the color I was born with. No ink, no holes in my ears, no marks but the ones life has given me. I've done my research on it since, and maybe it's just me. But I believe not changing myself physically has made me stronger. Not in a better-than way, but in a way that's rooted, grounded, like my energy has never been interrupted. Maybe that's why I feel so connected to who I am, and I do feel beautiful inside and out. My beauty now feels like it runs deeper than my face or my hair. It's in the way I carry myself. It's in the way I love my curves, the big boobs, the belly that's part of me, the shape that's all mine. I'm not chasing thinness or perfection. I'm living in the body I was given, and I'm proud of it. I see myself living a long life. Not because I'm chasing youth, but because I'm embracing every stage of who I am. If I grow old with my hair full of silver and my skin lined with stories, then that's exactly how I was meant to be. I think that's what makes me strong. Not the absence of tattoos or hair dye or piercings, but the fact I've always been me, fully and unapologetically. And I'll stay that way for as long as I live. After all of that, after embracing my gray hair and loving my curves and body as they are, I still had questions. It wasn't enough to feel different. I wanted to understand why that choice felt so right for me. So I did the thing I do when my gut has a pull. I started researching. I read about traditions where keeping your hair uncut meant spiritual strength. I found stories of vow-bound Nazarites in the Hebrew tradition, Sikh believers honoring their natural hair as a gift, and Indian sadhus whose matted locks marked devotion. In each case, the unaltered body wasn't about vanity. It was about preserving energy, honoring connection, living in tune with something deeper. I looked into cultures that forbid tattoos, not for their own sake, but out of respect for the body as a sacred vessel. I read viewpoints in certain faiths, where piercing the skin is seen as changing what was given, not as a statement, but as a shift in identity. I researched modern medical notes too. It's not magic, but ear piercings are known to hit nerve clusters that interact with the body's energy systems. That doesn't make them bad. It just confirmed to me that the body does carry subtle currents that matter. None of what I found told me I'm more right than anyone who chooses tattoos, dye, or piercings. Not at all. But the patterns surprised me. Across thousands of years, across many cultures, there are people who believe that leaving the body untouched could be a source of spiritual clarity and personal integrity. And for me, that's what clicked. I wasn't just easing into aging or avoiding appearance tweaks. I was honoring a feeling that choosing to remain unaltered, natural. Whole body me is part of my power. It's not magic that others don't have. It's mine, because it aligns with my truth. So here's what I came away with. I don't believe that staying natural makes anyone else weak. But for me, it keeps my energy clear, my story honest, and my power rooted deep. And that feels stronger than any color, piercing, or tattoo could ever be. I feel like I might live a long life. I can't explain why. It's just something I know deep down. Like it's already written somewhere. But living in this body isn't always easy. I have nerve pain. Sometimes it's only a 3 out of 10. Sometimes it's a full 10. I feel everything, every tingle, every spark, every strange sensation. It can feel like my veins are alive under my skin, like they're moving or trying to push through. Sometimes it's tight, like something is pulling at me from the inside. Other times it's this sudden burst, as if they're about to pop. It's not the kind of pain you can forget about. It demands your attention. Even simple things can turn into a test. I love hot baths, always have. They've been my way to relax, my little escape. But sometimes, the moment I sink into the water, the heat feels like it's burning me from the inside out. I've had to jump up, turn the tap, and run a cold bath instead. Cold water can soothe me instantly, almost like it's resetting my body. Some days I have to switch between hot and cold just to find a balance. If I don't move, it gets worse. That's why I walk as much as I can. Not just anywhere, but in places that feel alive. Places with trees, wild plants, paths most people never take. There's something in nature that seems to pull the pain out of me, or at least distract it long enough to breathe again. It makes me wonder if my sensitivity is tied to being a witch. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe my magic, my energy, is the reason I feel everything so sharply. When I started researching, I found little pieces here and there about empaths, healers, and witches who carry their power in their nervous system. People who can't just numb themselves to the world, because the world moves through them in a way it doesn't for everyone else. This body might ache, but it's also the reason I notice things other people miss. In the air, in the ground, in other people's energy. Maybe that's part of my power. When I first started noticing how sensitive my body was, the tingles, the nerve pain, the way heat and cold could change, everything. I thought it was just something wrong with me. Maybe my body was weak in some way. But the more I researched, the more I realized I wasn't alone. What I found wasn't in mainstream books or popular witchcraft guides. It was hidden in old studies, in obscure blogs, in conversations buried deep in forums, where people spoke quietly about things most of the world would never understand. There's a belief, one not everyone, talks about openly, that witches and empaths often carry their magic in their nervous system. It's not just an idea. It's a way of understanding why we feel the world so sharply. The nerves become like finely tuned wires, picking up signals most people can't detect. Energy shifts, other people's emotions, even changes in the weather. All of it travels through us. Some writings suggested that nerve sensitivity isn't a weakness at all. It's a kind of antenna. The tingles aren't random. They're signals. The burning heat that comes without reason can be the body's way of reacting to a surge of energy nearby. Even pain itself can be a message, a warning that something is wrong in the space around you, not just inside you. One thing I read stayed with me. Your pain is the sound of the world moving through you. That line changed everything. It meant the pain wasn't pointless. It was information. Some witches believe this level of sensitivity can even lengthen your life, not because the pain makes you stronger, but because it forces you to live differently. You notice your limits. You rest when your body demands it. You listen to yourself in a way most people don't. And maybe that's why, Deep down, I still feel like I'm going to live a long life. I'm starting to see my body not as something that's holding me back, but as something that's keeping me aware, keeping me tuned into the world, to my magic and to myself. Some things about me have been there since the beginning. Before the gray hairs, before the choices about dye, tattoos, or piercings, before I ever called myself a witch, I'm left-handed. It's such a small fact, but the more I've looked into it, the more I realize it's not so small at all. Only about 10% of people are left-handed. And for centuries, it's been tied to ideas of being different. In some old traditions, left-handedness was seen as unlucky or strange, but in others, it was a mark of creativity, heightened intuition, and a mind that works in ways most people can't predict. The science backs up some of that mystery. Left-handed people often have their brain wiring flipped from the majority. The right side of the brain tends to control speech and language. But for many left-handers, language is shared or even led by the opposite hemisphere. This crossover can give a different kind of thinking. More lateral, more creative, more instinctive. It's like your mind is constantly jumping between two worlds without you even trying. And then there's my voice. I've had a speech impediment since I was a kid. Back then, it was worse. Some words I just couldn't get out cleanly, and sometimes I still stutter. These days, most of what I say comes out fine, and if you don't know me well, you might never notice. But I've always had certain words I avoid because I know they'll trip me up. It used to frustrate me, but the more I've researched witches, empaths, and the way minds work, the more I've realized even that is part of my wiring. For some left-handers, there's a known connection between speech, differences in the brain's unique layout. It's not broken. It's different. It forces you to think ahead, to shape your words in your head before they come out. And maybe that makes you more intentional, more careful, more attuned. When I combine all of this, the left-handedness, the speech history, the sensitivity to pain, the way my body reacts to the world, it starts to feel less like a list of random traits and more like a map of exactly how I'm built to experience life, magic, and connection. The research says left-handers are more likely to use both sides of their brain at once. Maybe that's why I can feel something and analyze it at the same time. Sense the energy in a room while thinking about where it's coming from. Maybe it's why I can hold two truths at once, the physical and the spiritual, the pain and the beauty. None of this makes me better than anyone else. But it does make me me. And the more I learn about it, the more I understand why I've always felt a little bit separate from the way the rest of the world moves. Not outside of it, just on my own track. When I added left-handedness to my story, it felt like another piece of my wiring. Just another trait I carried quietly, until I started looking closer. For centuries, being left-handed has been tangled up in superstition. In the Middle Ages, simply writing with your left hand could be enough to make people whisper. Some believed it meant you were marked by something strange, unnatural, even dangerous. I've read old accounts where people claimed witches saluted with their left hand, or that being left-handed meant you were the devil's own. It's wild to think that something so small could hold so much weight in people's minds. But not every story about left-handedness is shadowed by suspicion. In some cultures, it was seen as a gift, an indicator of healing hands, sharper intuition, or a closer connection to the unseen. That balance between fear and respect feels familiar to me, even in modern times. Left-handed characters in books and films are often given an air of mystery, power, or magic, like it's an unspoken clue that they're different from everyone else. The world seems to have always noticed, even when it doesn't understand. And then there's the deeper, more personal connection I've found in magical practice. In occult thought, the left-hand path doesn't mean evil, it means walking your own way. It's about choosing self-aligned power over rigid rules, finding your truth without permission, and stepping outside the lines society draws. For me, it's not about rejecting light or embracing dark, it's about being different in a world that expects sameness. Left-handedness is rare, but it's not a rebellion. It's just who I am. And maybe, in some way, that rarity threads itself through my magic, my intuition, and the way I see the world. Living in my body, left-handed, gray-haired, sensitive, with all my quirks, isn't about defying anyone's expectations. It's about alignment. It's about choosing to stand exactly as I am, and knowing that is enough. If your pendant was first charged under the full moon, the energy doesn't disappear after 24 hours. That's just a common myth. The first charge is always the strongest, and that's why it might have felt heavier at the start. Full moon charging saturates a crystal or pendant with lunar energy, and that boost can last for weeks, even months, depending on the type of stone, how often you wear it, and what energies it's exposed to. If it feels lighter now, it doesn't mean it's lost its power. It could be that the strong new charge sensation has simply settled into a steady, balanced state. You might also be so used to its energy that you no longer feel the weight of it. In the same way, it's blending with you. And sometimes, if a pendant was heavy before and feels lighter now, it can be a sign that it's already done some work for you, absorbing or deflecting energy so you don't have to. If you want to feel that same intensity again, you can always recharge it during a full moon, in sunlight with your own energy, or even by placing it on a selenite plate. The more I thought about that group, the more it got under my skin. It wasn't just the fact that I couldn't get in. It was the way it all unfolded. One minute, the page was there, sitting behind its locked gate, private and unreadable. Just a name and an energy that pulled me in. The next minute, it was gone. Not closed, not archived, just vanished. Like someone had picked up the whole place and carried it out of sight. That's what happens when you're banned from a private group. It disappears completely, as if it never existed. And that's what makes me think even more about it. It wasn't the posts that drew me in. I'd never seen a single one. There weren't any public breadcrumbs to follow. It was the feeling of it, the energy, that strange pull I couldn't shake. It was like standing outside a door and hearing nothing, seeing nothing, but knowing something powerful was happening on the other side. Maybe someone in there felt me the way I felt them. Maybe they sensed I was drawn to whatever current they were working with. Or maybe it was my public presence. The fact that I'm open about who I am, that I write about magic and put my name on it, that made them turn the key in the lock. The admin's energy was one thing, but that wasn't what hooked me. There was something else. Someone else. A presence so steady and strong it didn't need to say a word. Whoever they were, I could feel them just by being near the edge of that space. That's why I wanted in. Not for chatter, not to prove myself, but to stand in the same circle as that energy and see what it would stir in me. Now, with the door slammed shut, it's worse. Not because I feel rejected, but because I feel like I was meant to see something in there. And now I can't. I don't believe in accidents. I believe in pulls, in timing, in the kind of threads that weave into your path whether you're ready or not. And this thread, from the moment I found the group to the way it disappeared, feels like one I wasn't supposed to follow. But threads have a way of finding their way back, and I know how to watch for them. It's taken me a long time to realize that. Part of my strength is in what I haven't changed. I've never dyed my hair, never had tattoos, never even pierced my ears. Not because I think those things are wrong, but because I've never felt the need to. I've stayed as I am, and somewhere in that choice, I think I've kept my power clear. For me, it's not about being pure or better. It's about not putting layers between myself and the way I sense the world. I can feel energy shifts. I can walk into a room and know when something's wrong. I can sense power in someone before they've even spoken. Maybe that's because there's nothing dulling the connection between me and what's out there. Even my choice to let the grays grow feels like a spell in itself. A silent statement to the world that I am here, exactly as I am, and I'm not afraid to be seen. I think that's why certain protections work so fast for me. When I decide they will work, there's no space for doubt. Some people might see this as just being natural. But to me, it's a way of living that keeps my energy mine. And when your energy is yours, unshaken, that's when you're at your most dangerous and your most free. Entry 25, the graveyard feeling. Sometimes walking past a graveyard makes me feel scared, not in a way that makes me run. Just that prickly feeling that something's there, even if I can't see it. Other times it's the opposite. I'll feel calm, protected. When I was 14, I was in foster care, and one day I ran away. My granddad's house was about 7 miles from where I was staying. It was a long walk, and I stopped halfway at a graveyard. I stayed there for hours. My uncle is buried there. I was around 5, maybe 7, when he died. I can't remember exactly, but I remember running to him whenever he came to my granddad's. Those are the memories that stick me running, him smiling. That day in the graveyard, I sat on his grave. Lay there for a while, too. I felt safe, like I was where I was supposed to be, not scared at all. And that was the first time I'd gone there on my own. I've been back since, but not often. Even now, passing graveyards feels different each time. Some make me speed up without thinking, like I don't belong there. Others make me slow down or even stop. Sometimes I get that safe feeling again. Sometimes I get that uneasy one. I saw a funeral car today. The church was busy. I didn't know the person who'd passed, but I stopped when the hearse went past. Out of respect. When I was younger, that was normal. People would stop walking, cars would pull over, everyone would wait for the coffin to pass. Now a lot of people just keep going, or even try to push past. Things feel different these days. Today my legs haven't stopped tingling. Constant pins and needles. Like they've been falling asleep over and over. I don't know if that's connected or not, but it's been on my mind. Thinking about it more, I started looking into why graveyards can feel so different from one visit to the next. In old folk beliefs, a cemetery's energy isn't fixed. It changes with the weather, the time of year, and even the moon's phase. Mist was once said to mean the spirits were walking, while bright sunlight meant they were resting. Some say the dead don't stay tied to their graves all the time. They can wander, visiting the homes they loved, checking on family, or just passing through places that meant something to them. That might explain why one day you can feel complete peace in a graveyard, and the next you get that shiver that makes you walk faster. I also found out that the plants in old cemeteries weren't chosen just for looks. Yew trees were planted for protection, said to guard the dead and keep darker spirits out. Rosemary was sometimes placed near the gates so that anyone entering would brush against it, breathe in the scent, and remember the dead, a kind of living spell. In some older traditions, witches would go to graveyards at night to speak with the spirits, not in the way modern seances are done, but more as a quiet conversation, asking for protection, guidance, or wisdom. They'd often leave a small offering in thanks, a coin, a flower, even water. Maybe that's why I felt safe lying on my uncle's grave that day. Maybe it wasn't only me hiding from the world. Maybe something there was protecting me back. And maybe that's why I still stop for a funeral car. It's about more than tradition. It's a sign of respect that feels worth keeping, even if most people don't anymore. Graveyards aren't just rows of stones and names. I've always felt like they carry a kind of layered energy, not just from the people buried there, but from everyone who's ever stood there, cried there, or spoken to the air like someone's listening. It's like every emotion leaves an imprint. Some witches I've spoken to say graveyards are places where the veil thins. That's why some people get that prickly feeling and others feel peace. Maybe I feel both because I'm open to both, the good and the heavy. I've also learned that people who are naturally sensitive can pick up on shifts in energy, without meaning to. That could explain why my legs tingle or go heavy sometimes when I pass one. It's like my body reacts before my mind catches up. I've read that in spiritual work. Tingling in the legs or arms can mean energy moving, either from grounding or from something trying to connect with you. And I think about that day when I was 14, lying on my uncle's grave. If graveyards are protective for some, maybe that's why I felt so safe there. Maybe I wasn't alone, even if I couldn't see anyone. I've never gone into a graveyard to do spells. Not my style. But I do believe in protection when I'm near one. Sometimes I'll picture a white light around me as I walk past. Sometimes I'll carry a stone or touch my pendant, just as a quiet act of respect and shielding. Because whether the energy there is calm or restless, I've learned it's better to walk past with my guard up and my heart open. I'm watching The Craft while I write this. I haven't seen it in years, but it's always been one of my favorite films. I wanted to see it as soon as it came out back when I was a kid. I was drawn to it instantly, maybe because I've always had a thing for witch films. I'm a big fan of watching movies. When I was younger, it's what I mostly did. I haven't had many friends and only one, and I still see her now and then, but not often. Life changes when you have kids. You don't get to just meet up whenever you want. Back then, I loved watching films at home, but going to the cinema was my favorite thing. Now I can sit here and put a movie on, but it's not the same. I end up writing while it plays in the background, barely paying attention. But movies like this still hold me. Right now, the light as a feather, stiff as a board scene is on. It's always felt strangely real to me. Even as a kid, it gave me that electric little shiver. Like I wasn't just watching something made up. It's funny, as I'm watching, my legs are tingling again. Same as earlier, that constant pins and needles, almost buzzing feeling that comes and goes in waves. Sometimes I wonder if it's nerves, the physical kind, or energy, the witch kind. The timing makes me think it's connected somehow, like certain films, certain moments can stir something in me. Maybe that's why I've always been drawn to this kind of magic on screen. It doesn't feel like it's just acting. It feels like a reminder. Right now, I feel like someone is watching me. Not ghosts, not spirits. Realize, somebody out there. It's not every day, but often enough to notice. At times I worry. What if someone knows I'm a witch? What if they decide to test me, lock me up, do experiments like in those movies? In the UK, witchcraft isn't illegal. It used to be, back when claiming magic could get you tried or even executed. England passed witchcraft acts in 1542, 1562, and 1604, punishing magic as a real threat. But in 1735, things changed. Parliament assumed there were no real witches, only frauds, and made witchcraft a crime of deception, not devilry. That law stood until 1951, when it was replaced by laws about consumer fraud and mediumship. Still, there were last cases. In 1944, the medium Helen Duncan was jailed for violating the Witchcraft Act, accused of using spirits to reveal war secrets. Another medium, Jane Rebecca York, was also convicted soon after. These stories aren't myths. They're real echoes of how fear, misunderstanding, and power collide. There are stories, too, of actual witchcraft being used for good. Gerald Gardner, the father of modern Wicca, claimed his coven performed a ritual in 1940, called Operation Cone of Power, to protect Britain from invasion. Whether true or symbolic, it's a belief that magic isn't just fantasy. It can be real, alive and protective in desperate moments. So yes, sometimes I wonder, if I wrote about my magic truth now, would they come for me? I don't curse. I don't drink or smoke. I do protection spells. I mean no harm. I'm kind, always trying to do right. Maybe they'd see me as just someone helping herself. Maybe I'd just become stronger in my vision path, instead of a threat. I keep learning every day about visions, about protection magic, about seeing the future. I want it to be enough, and I want it to serve good. I wish my book would be a bestseller, not for fame, but so others like me could feel seen. Maybe if people understand that witches are just sensitive souls with gifts, it wouldn't be so scary. Because the truth is, real magic is about caring, not harming. And maybe, just maybe, the world doesn't need to lock that away. Maybe it needs us. I can't shake the question. What would happen if someone in power realized witches like me exist in real life? If they thought magic was more than folklore? I've looked into it. Historically, governments treated us as threats. Sure, but mostly out of fear, not because our magic was real. The Witchcraft Acts weren't overturned until 1951. Before that, you could be prosecuted, like Helen Duncan, in 1944, just for speaking to spirits. She was accused of revealing war secrets through magic, even though it felt more like fear than fact that landed her in jail. After the act was repealed, witchcraft legally became fraud, not supernatural crime. But the idea that witches are dangerous never entirely vanished. Officially, nothing happens if someone admits they're a witch today. But unofficially? Who knows? If the government did want to investigate, I imagine they'd start with home visits. Probably have you take medical tests, ask for your writing, your tools, watch you, keep you under surveillance, maybe fingerprint you. It wouldn't be dramatic at first. Friendly, like someone checking a condition or interest. But it's the kindness that's hardest to read. What scares me more is what deep observation could do. If your energy is sharp, your sensitivity real, could they track that? Could they use it? Then again, maybe they'd need someone like me, not to expose me but to protect or advise them. In war, witches like Gardner offered strength, not threats. Sometimes I wonder, if I aligned myself in secret, could I quietly stand guard for people, without them even knowing that's why I existed? I don't want fear, I want connection. I'd rather the government understand magic exists and see me as safe. Curious, not dangerous. I don't want trials. I don't want to vanish from history like others did. I just want to live, opening to magic as it opens to me, safe, peaceful, strong. I've been learning more about witchcraft lately, little by little. I join groups online, watch what people post, and sometimes join the conversations. One thing that keeps coming up is auras. At first, I didn't even really know what they were meant to be. I'd heard the word before, but never thought much about it. So I did what I always do. I researched it myself. Looked at different explanations, different people's takes on what auras mean. I'm starting to work it out in my own way. I think if I could see mine, it would probably be blue and green. I can't fully see it yet, but sometimes I get flashes of black around people or myself. I don't think it's their aura being black. Maybe it's just the outline before. I see the actual colors, like the first layer. It feels like I'm blocking it somehow, like my head's in the way. But even without seeing it clearly, I can feel it. I'm getting better at knowing when someone's energy is calm or sharp just by being near them. It's like learning a new language. You start to recognize the words before you can speak them. I like that I'm figuring it out for myself. No one's teaching me directly, but I'm piecing it together from what I read, what people share, and what I sense. I think that's the best way for me to learn. Not just being told, but actually finding my own proof. I think the next thing for me is practicing more, even if I'm not sure I'm doing it right by anyone else's standards. I've never been one to follow a set path. Most of what I know has come from feeling it out in the moment, trusting instincts instead of rules. With the aura work, I want to keep trying. Maybe use mirrors, candles, or even go outside under the moon to see if that changes anything. I've read that some people see colors more easily in low light or against a plain background. Others say it's about clearing the mind first, almost like meditation, and then letting the colors show themselves without forcing it. I've started thinking about how these skills might link to the other parts of my life, like my visions, my connection to places, or even how I feel in certain energies. It all seems tied together somehow. Like the more I learn about one thing, the more it unlocks another. I know I'm only at the start of this, but that's fine. I'd rather learn slowly and make it real than rush through and miss what matters. I've learned something important. Sometimes, you don't see the energy first, you feel it. I've always been sensitive. Long before I ever thought about witchcraft, I'd get that heavy buzzing or tingling feeling around certain people or in certain places. Sometimes it's calming, other times it's so intense I have to move away. Only later did I realize that's energy. That's someone's aura. I'm just picking it up in a different way. A lot of witches talk about seeing colors around people, like blue for calm or green for healing. I don't see them clearly yet. Sometimes I think I catch a black outline but not real color. Maybe that's the very edge of it. Maybe it's the first layer before the color comes in. It turns out there are reasons for this. Some people are feelers before they're seers. Their gift starts in the body, not the eyes. That's me. Focusing too hard can block it, and I do tend to overthink. Plus, light matters. Auras show up best in certain lighting, like soft daylight or against a plain background. I've joined groups where people talk about auras all the time. At first, I didn't really know what they were. I had to search it, learn it, and try to work it out myself. I've read about blues, greens, golds, but for now I'm still learning. And maybe that's okay. Feeling is still a form of seeing. I don't think I'll ever be the type to see colors around people. And I'm starting to realize, maybe I don't need to. When other witches talk about aura colors, they often mean the soft glows they can see. Blues, golds, reds, like a haze hanging in the air. I've tried to see them. I've read about them. I've looked at people until my eyes blurred, but nothing. What I do get is a different kind of knowing. I can stand next to someone and just feel who they are. Not from what they say, but from the energy that leaks out of them without meaning to. I don't see the color. I feel the truth behind it. For myself, I feel green, blue, and sometimes a little pink. Green feels like healing, balance, the quiet kind of strength that regrows after being broken. Blue feels like truth, peace, and the need to speak it, even when it shakes your voice. Pink, that's love, compassion, the part of me that still wants to protect even when I've been hurt. Some days, I think I sense black around others, but it's not a color I see, just a heaviness, a warning, an outline in my mind that says, keep your guard up. I've decided that feeling an aura is just as real as seeing one. Maybe more. Colors can be misread, but feelings, they tell on you. They can't be painted over. This is my way of reading the world, and it's enough. Maybe I was never meant to see colors. Maybe my gift works differently. Some witches talk about seeing auras, red, gold, violet, like a rainbow wrapped around a person. But that's not what happens for me. When I focus, I don't see a glow. I feel who someone is. It's like their emotions and intentions step forward before their words do. I can tell when someone is angry without them moving a muscle. I can sense kindness before they open their mouth. Sometimes it's so strong it feels like I've stepped into their mood, like I've borrowed it for a second. I think my aura is green and blue, maybe with a little pink. But I don't see it, I feel it. Green feels like calm. Blue feels like deep water and truth. Pink feels like warmth in the chest. Maybe some witches see with their eyes. I see with something else entirely. And maybe that's why my visions come so easily. My mind is tuned to people, to feelings, to the subtle changes in the air. I can sense when someone is holding something back. I can feel when a room shifts, even if no one moves. It's not better or worse than seeing colors. It's just mine. One thing I've learned about myself is that I can read people without even trying. It's not a skill I picked up from books or lessons. It's something that's always been there. A sense, a knowing. I can tell if someone's on drugs, even if they've just come off them and think they're hiding it. There's a certain shift in their energy. Their eyes look the same to most people, but to me there's a kind of hollow flicker. Their voice might be steady. Their words might make sense, but their energy doesn't match what they're saying. That mismatch is what gives it away. The same goes for lies. Some people think they're clever, telling half the truth and padding it out with little lies to make it sound better. They might even believe their own story. But I can feel it. The words come out one way, but the weight behind them is different. Like holding a coin that's the right shape but made from the wrong metal. If someone hates me, I feel it instantly. It's not a gradual suspicion. It hits me. Sharp and cold, like stepping into a shadow, but the hate never sticks. It melts away from me, almost like it can't hold on. It's as if I'm coated in something that doesn't let it soak in. Like how a bad smell drifts past you and then it's gone. Lust is just as obvious. I can feel when someone has the hots for me before they've even said a word. They don't need to touch me, or even stare for long. It's in the shift of their focus, in the way the air feels heavier between us. It's not always pleasant. Sometimes it's flattering, sometimes it's creepy, and sometimes it's just plain uncomfortable. And then there are the curious ones, the people who think I'm strange, maybe even a bit of a freak, but still want to know more. They talk to me with that half-interested tone, like they're not sure if I'm serious or if I'm just making things up. But they keep asking questions anyway. It's almost like they can't help themselves, like some part of them knows. I'm not ordinary, even if they don't believe in what I can do. For me, this isn't about judging people. It's about recognizing truth and energy when I see it. Or more accurately, when I feel it. It's part of who I am. And it's one of the reasons I trust my instincts more than anything anyone says. Entry 26, when the visions slow down. I haven't had a vision in days. At one point, they were happening a few times a day, every single day. Maybe I'm blocking them without meaning to. There was a time I could walk past someone and feel it hit me, like a flash in my head. I'd see something about them. Once I saw someone's death. It wasn't crystal clear, but I knew. I even told someone what I saw. A couple of days later, it happened exactly like I'd felt it. Lately, I've been doing a lot. Protection, grounding, writing this book. Maybe too much at once. When I get visions, the best ones come when my mind is still, when I'm not trying too hard. They just drop in like a picture or a scene in my head. But now I'm always busy, always thinking. I've tried asking for a vision to come in my dreams. It works sometimes, but not lately. The last couple of nights, nothing. When it does work, it's short, maybe 30 seconds in dream time. And then it's gone. But it's still different from a dream. You just know. Right now, visions are the most important thing to me. I don't want them to fade. I need to work out how to bring them back. Not by forcing them, but by making space for them to arrive. Slowing down to open up. I decided to take a break from writing, even if just for a while. I grabbed my notepad and went to run a bath. Not to think, not to plan, but to just ground myself and be still. Maybe I have been more stressed than I realized. There's been a lot going on, and I've been trying to find out everything all at once. I wanted all the answers now. Like I could somehow speed up the path. But I think I've overrun myself. Maybe even overgrounded myself. So the bath is for nothing more than relaxing. Letting my body feel weightless. Letting my mind quiet. Not forcing visions, not chasing them. Just being. I'll see what happens. After the bath, I'll try a few other things too. Slower, simpler, calmer. Because maybe the visions don't need me to work harder. Maybe they need me to step back, breathe, and make space for them to come. Night walk. Later, I went out for a short walk in the dark. I've always loved walking at night. It's so peaceful. Like the world slows down just for me. I'd been wanting to see the moon tonight. I looked up, but couldn't find it straight away. The sky was half clear and half clouded, and I couldn't tell exactly where it was hiding. One side of the sky looked lighter, but the other was heavy with cloud. I really wanted to see it, to just stand there and take it in, but it never showed itself. By 10 p.m., I was back in bed, still thinking about it. There's something about the moon that makes me feel more connected. Like if I'd seen it tonight, it might have brought a vision with it. But maybe that's just me hoping. Too hot to walk. I haven't been walking as much lately. It's just been too hot. Maybe that's part of it too. Why the visions have slowed down. I used to walk more often, and those quiet, steady steps seemed to open my mind without me even trying. Now I find myself indoors more, thinking too much instead of just being. I know I overthink. I run every little feeling and thought over in my mind until it's worn out. And maybe that's what's closing the door on the visions. I miss the cooler nights, when I could walk for ages without feeling drained, when the air felt alive and it was easier to breathe in, whatever messages wanted to come through. Holding the connection. I keep thinking maybe the pendant is helping me more than I realized. Ever since I started sleeping with it on, I've felt a pull, not just to keep it close, but to keep my focus sharper, like it's keeping a channel open, even while the visions have been quiet. Maybe that's what I need right now, not to force the visions, but to stay connected until they return on their own. The pendant feels like an anchor, a quiet reminder that my abilities are still there, even if they're not showing themselves every second of the day. When I touch it, I feel a slight buzz in my chest, almost like a heartbeat that's not mine. Maybe it's my energy, maybe it's the pendants, or maybe it's both. It makes me think that even when my mind is still, there's something happening under the surface. I'm not sure if the visions will come back stronger, all at once, or if they'll creep in slowly, but I feel ready for them again. I've stopped overthinking how to make them happen. I'm just holding the connection and letting the energy build. I think part of the reason I keep my pendant on at night is fear. I'm known to other witches now since I've joined groups and started talking more openly. And somewhere in my mind there's always that what if. What if someone tried to hex me while I slept? What if a curse could slip in unseen? But I've already done the spell to protect my house. I didn't need candles or herbs or anything else, just my own mind. The words and the will came naturally, the way they always do for me. I said it so anything inside these walls is safe. No harm can get in. It's a one-off spell. I don't have to do it every day. The protection sits here now like an invisible shield. So even if I take my pendant off, the house will hold that safety. Still, I wear it. Maybe because it's more than protection. It's a reminder that my power is mine, and no one else can take it. I wore my pendant through the night again, not out of fear, but because it felt right. It's not just a piece of jewelry. It's become a talisman. In witchcraft, talismans and amulets aren't just adornments. They carry energy and intention. A talisman invites power, while an amulet wards off harm. My pendant sits right over my heart. That's significant. Historically, protective symbols or pentacles were often worn on the chest to create a spiritual shield. Whether it's symbol or metal, the act of wearing it there isn't random. It's about placing protection at your core. I think my pendant has become bonded with me. I've carried it long enough, even slept with it on, that our energies merged. In energy work, we call that charging an item. Transferring your intention, your life force, into it, so it works even when you can't hold it. This means I'm never entirely unprotected. My home is shielded, yes. I cast the spell with my mind, and it's held steady on its own. But the pendant adds a personal layer that comes with me when I step outside. The house stays safe whether I'm wearing it or not, but the pendant carries my personal energy with intention. I don't need to enchant it daily. Once is enough. These objects, when tuned, hold that power, just like the ancient Egyptians used amulets to connect with protection, or the Greeks wore talismans to carry safety with them. It's not magical sparkle or old lore drama. It's a living, breathing link between me and my magic. I think part of the reason I keep my pendant on at night is fear. I'm known to other witches now, since joining groups and speaking more openly, and somewhere in my mind there's always that what if. What if someone tried to hex me while I slept? What if a curse could slip in unseen? But I've already done the spell to protect my house. I didn't need candles, herbs, or tools, just my own mind. The words and the will came naturally, the way they always do for me. I said it so anything inside these walls is safe. No harm can get in. It was a one-off spell. I don't have to repeat it every day. The protection sits here now like an invisible shield. So even if I took my pendant off, the house would still hold that safety. Still, I wear it. Maybe because it's more than just protection. It's a reminder that my power is mine, and no one else can take it. Quiet search. I did a bit of a quiet search tonight. Nothing anyone would notice. Just me looking, reading, taking mental notes. I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. Sometimes it feels better that way, keeping it between me and my own thoughts. What I found wasn't new exactly, but it confirmed what I already knew. Pendants can hold energy long after the original spell is cast, especially if they've been worn close to the skin for long periods. The body heat, the heartbeat, the constant contact. It's like a steady drip of energy into the object. Over time, that makes it more than just a charm. It's part of you. I also read that once something is truly bonded to you, it doesn't lose its strength unless you let it. That felt right to me. I've never felt my pendant weaken, not once. If anything, it feels heavier now, like it's storing more than I even realize. Some people say you need to recharge them regularly with moonlight or rituals. Maybe that's true for some, but I don't think it applies to me. Mine seems to feed off my own energy just by being worn. Maybe that's the difference between having magic and living with it. I close the search feeling settled. I don't need to prove my pendant works. I can feel it. Entry 27. The scam disguised as a reading. The hook. It started, as these things often do, with a short and simple message. Just one sentence designed to look harmless. Put your zodiac sign down, and I'll tell you something about your relationship. Depression, love, future, and past life. On the surface, it looks casual, harmless, something you might see in a social media group where people share readings for fun. They're asking for your star sign, not your bank account. That's the bait. They keep it light so you don't see the hook yet. Here's the first thing to understand. Anyone can say this to anyone. There's nothing personal about it. It's a fishing net thrown wide, hoping someone will answer. In this case, I did. I typed one word, Leo. Now, that one word is all they need to open the door. A skilled reader, if they were real, would take time to tune into your energy, your history, your current challenges. But the moment I replied, the real game began. And the speed of what happened next told me more than the words themselves. The fast reading. Within less than a minute, and I mean seconds, their reply came through. Few minutes for your reading, beloved. No pause. No sign they were actually taking time to connect, focus, or even think. That's your first red flag. A real reading takes more than 20 seconds. This speed tells you they're either copying from a script or making vague guesses they use on everyone. And then came the big block of text. A message for you is to stop doubting yourself in other aspects of your life. You've got to fully dive into your confidence in order to be the best you were meant to be. Sometimes you give too much attention to the wrong people. They are humoring this journey behind your back instead of respecting it. You have so much to offer with your presence, alone, and you shouldn't waste it on unworthy people. You also should learn to protect your energy when you're out and about. You're being used as a beacon at times, and this is why you may feel drained all of a sudden. People are drawn to your energy. You're a God-given healer. You can take away a person's aches and pains, stress and worries just by touching them. A hug from you does wonders for people. You also have some jealousy around you, but it's not serious enough to be worried about yet. As you grow in this field and on your journey, you need to be careful of those who will try to take advantage of you. You're a good person, but sometimes too nice, and you've got to start asserting yourself. So folks know they can't just tell you anything. On your love and relationship, I didn't get much. Was trying to see but can't, and that's because there's a dark cloud blocking it. Your relationship and love life have been a whirlwind of emotions, but your ancestors have got your back this time and will help you. Your love life and career is under pressure, surrounded by different circumstances which you can't tell about. I also see evil against you. It's been planned by a person not too far from you, and you really need to be careful. I'm seeing good karma and achievements coming for you. I also sense somebody who has passed on has been trying to reach out to you. However, you don't have a clear understanding of the situation. Also, there's a bit of darkness clouding your success. Some sort of negativity coming from someone rather than from yourself. Now here's the thing. If you read that slowly, you'll realize nothing in it is personal. Every single sentence is something you could say to almost anyone, and they'd find some way to relate to it. Stop doubting yourself. Applies to nearly everyone. You give too much attention to the wrong people. Also applies to most people. You're a healer, a flattering line used to win trust. There's jealousy around you, common scare tactic. Dark cloud blocking your love life, fear hook. Evil planned by someone not far from you, fear hook and a lead-in to selling. Protection. This is the classic scam pattern. Flattery, plus warning, plus mystery, hook. They want you unsettled enough to ask for more details. And that's when the help comes with a price tag. Everything about your journey to be positive, and I will answer every single one of your questions. Bad energies can bring misfortunes. Depression, financial hardship to one's life. Normally such energies are placed in one's life by people who are jealous of you. Hun, did you do something wrong to anybody? My response to that was even shorter. You replied so fast there's no way you actually read what I wrote, which tells me you're not here to listen, just to run a script. I don't need help removing bad energy. I've been protecting myself and my space for years, and I'm far from a beginner. My protection is layered, physical, spiritual, and energetic, and it's permanent. Nothing gets through, and anything sent my way returns to the sender multiplied. I'm not someone you can scare with talk of misfortune or curses. I've dealt with darker energy than most people will ever face. And I walked out stronger every single time. I know exactly who I am, exactly what I can do, and I don't invite strangers into my energy. If this was an attempt to get me to doubt my own strength, it's wasted. I don't respond to fear tactics, and I don't entertain people who think they can sell protection to someone who already lives under their own shield. I choose who I let in, and you're not one of them. That ended the conversation. I made sure of it. This was my reply to the message they had just sent me. I took my time to write it because I wanted to answer properly and set my position clearly. Thanks for your message. I've read it carefully. I don't respond quickly to things like this because I take time to weigh up what's been said. I know myself well, and I can spot instantly when something applies to me and when it doesn't. Yes, I'm a kind person, one of the kindest you'll meet. But don't mistake that for weakness. My kindness is a choice, not a flaw. If someone crosses me or tries to play games, they'll regret it. I don't seek conflict, but I will end it if it comes my way. I match energy exactly, and if I have to, I can return it tenfold. You mentioned giving too much attention to the wrong people. That's a lesson I learned a long time ago. My circle is small, my boundaries are solid, and my energy is locked down tight. I don't let just anyone near me, and if I sense bad energy, I remove it before it even has the chance to root. I've seen enough to know when someone's intentions aren't clean, and I don't give second chances to those who try to work against me. I've always been observant. Even in school, I rarely spoke. Not because I couldn't, but because silence gives you an advantage. I've learned more by watching than most people learn by talking. I read people well. I pick up on what's unsaid, and if someone's words don't match their energy, I know instantly. On the subject of jealousy or negativity, I'm well aware it's there. It doesn't touch me. My home, my life, and my personal energy are protected by more than one layer of defense. If anything unwanted is sent my way, it goes back exactly where it came from, and it doesn't return quietly. When you spoke about darkness over my success, I see it differently. It's not darkness, it's resistance. Resistance is pressure, and pressure makes me stronger. I've built myself to keep going no matter who or what tries to stand in the way. My love life? I've faced storms before and come out wiser. I don't chase what's not meant for me, and I'm not afraid to stand alone until the right energy meets mine on equal ground. My focus is my path, my work, and the future I'm building, not distractions. And as for my ancestors, they're never far. I've felt their presence more than once, guiding and guarding me. They're why I move with purpose, why my steps are deliberate, and why I refuse to bend to the wrong influence. So I've listened to what you said, and I can see where it connects. But understand this. I know exactly who I am. I know exactly what I'm capable of, and nothing and no one can move me from my path. My power is mine, my protection is set, and I don't waste my energy on battles I've already won. I spent time writing this, but within seconds of sending it, they replied, far too quickly to have read it properly. Less than 15 seconds after I sent my long, detailed reply, this is the message they sent back. I will help you get rid of this bad energy to make everything about your journey to be positive, and I will answer every single of your questions. You should note that this is serious. Bad energies can bring misfortunes, depression, financial hardship to one's life. Normally, such energies are placed in one's life by people who are jealous of you. Hun, did you do something wrong to anybody? The speed of their reply made it clear. There was no possible way they could have read, processed, and genuinely responded to what I wrote. My reply to that was immediate and firm. You replied so fast there's no way you actually read what I wrote, which tells me you're not here to listen, just to run a script. I don't need help removing bad energy. I've been protecting myself and my space for years, and I'm far from a beginner. My protection is layered, physical, spiritual, and energetic, and it's permanent. Nothing gets through, and anything sent my way returns to the sender multiplied. I'm not someone you can scare with talk of misfortune or curses. I've dealt with darker energy than most people will ever face, and I walked out stronger every single time. I know exactly who I am, exactly what I can do, and I don't invite strangers into my energy. If this was an attempt to get me to doubt my own strength, it's wasted. I don't respond to fear tactics, and I don't entertain people who think they can sell protection to someone who already lives under their own shield. I choose who I let in, and you're not one of them. Within seconds of me shutting that down, they came back with, "Can you donate now to complete your reading, love? And to explain everything to you, briefly, love. Did you have Cash App? PayPal, Apple Pay, or Chime, or Zelle, or Venmo, and Bitcoin?" It was obvious now. They hadn't read a single thing I wrote, and they weren't here for a conversation. This wasn't guidance. This wasn't insight. It was just a push for payment. No genuine connection, no respect for my words, and no sign they actually understood who they were talking to. I replied, "If you'd actually read my message, you'd know I'm not asking for a paid service. I'm not sending money, especially to someone who replies without even addressing what I wrote. My energy is already protected and I don't need your help." And that was it. No answer from them after that. Silence. Which told me everything. I needed to know about their real intentions. How to spot a scam versus a genuine reading. What happened here isn't just a personal exchange. It's an example every reader can learn from. Scams in the spiritual and psychic space often follow a pattern. And if you know the signs, you can stop them before they get anywhere near your money or your energy. 1. They start vague and fish for details. Scammers post open-ended hooks. Put your zodiac sign and I'll tell you about your love life, depression, past, and future. Notice they never mention your name, your location, or anything personal. They're not reading you. They're hoping you'll hand over information, so they can work it into a fake insight. 2. They reply too fast to have read your words. If you write a long, thoughtful reply and they answer in seconds, they didn't read it. They ran a script. Real readers take time to absorb what you've said, sometimes hours or even days before replying. 3. They use fear as a hook. Phrases like "bad energy can bring misfortune" or "someone is jealous of you" are designed to scare you into thinking you need their help immediately. This is a pressure tactic, and fear is their currency. 4. They offer a solution for a price. It often escalates quickly. "I can remove this energy for you." Turns into, "Can you send money via PayPal, Cash App, Bitcoin?" Genuine spiritual workers do not cold message strangers asking for payment. A real healer will let you approach them, not the other way around. 5. They avoid your actual words. Scammers rarely respond to specific points you've made. If you mention you're already protected, they'll ignore it. If you challenge them, they'll deflect. This is because they aren't there to connect. They're there to extract. 6. They push urgency. Scammers create a false ticking clock. This needs to be done now, or your luck will run out. This tactic works on people who don't stop to think. A genuine reading or spiritual service is never rushed. How to recognize a genuine reader instead? They let their work speak first. They will often give you verifiable, detailed insights before ever mentioning payment. They respect your boundaries. If you say no, the conversation ends politely. They take time. Genuine readings aren't instant scripts. They're considered personal and direct. They don't lead with fear. Real practitioners empower you. They don't break you down to sell a fix. If you take nothing else from this entry, take this. You are the first line of defense for your own energy. If a stranger offers to fix something you didn't ask them to fix, especially for a price, and walk away, protect your boundaries like you protect your home. This is why I wrote my replies the way I did, not to argue with them, but to stand as an example. If you're reading this, be grateful for every time someone shows you the pattern, because the next time you see it, you'll recognize it instantly, and you'll walk away untouched. Quick scam spotting checklist. Vague hook. Tell me your sign, or I feel bad energy with no details about you. Too fast to be real. They reply in seconds to a long message. Fear first. They lead with bad luck, curses, or danger. Money push. They offer to help if you send payment via multiple methods. No real reply. They ignore what you've actually said. Urgency trick. Do this now, or things will get worse. Rule. If it feels rushed, scripted, or like a sales pitch, it's not real. Entry 28. I've been avoiding writing this. Not because I forgot, and not because I don't care, because I didn't want to talk about it. I wasn't going to. Even now, I'm not fully sure I should, but it's been sitting on my chest, and I can't move on with the rest of the book until I get it out. It started around my mom's cat. It was my birthday. We made the decision no one wants to make, to let him go. He was 17, and keeping him alive any longer would have been cruel. His body was at the point where it would start turning on itself. The vet came to my mom's house so he could pass in a place that smelled like his life. I didn't cry until after. When the door clicked shut and the quiet got big, it hit me. He wasn't just a cat. When something has lived next to you that long, It becomes part of the background of you. You don't notice the presence until you meet the absence. Later that day, I told my dad. He didn't even know the cat was ill. My mum and dad aren't together, and he wouldn't have known what my mum's cat looked like. He paused, the way people do when something lines up in their head. "That's strange," he said. "I had a dream about a cat last night. In the dream, a cat kept pulling the blanket off him, pawing, tugging, relentless, like it needed him awake now. He'd drift back to sleep and feel the tug again. Over and over." We both said the obvious thing. Maybe it was the cat saying goodbye. I wanted that to be all it was, but even then, the timing didn't sit right with me. He didn't know about the cat, and the dream came the night before. Later, more news came that shifted the meaning. I was planning to see my dad on a Monday. He told me he wouldn't be in. He had to go to the hospital to see my sister. I went to see him on the Sunday instead and learned more. She was in hospital. She was on life support. The machines were being switched off. We thought she'd only just been admitted. Days after her death, we found out she'd actually been in there for months. And no one had told my dad, or me, or the rest of us. I'm not writing how or why she died. That isn't the point of this entry. Here's the point, the dream. A cat pulling a blanket. A wake-up that wouldn't stop. We thought it was about one loss. I think it was layered. Some messages wear a face we can accept so we don't look away. The surface says pet. The pressure underneath says prepare. I've read enough and lived enough to know dreams can do this. Some are just brain noise. Some are anxiety. But some arrive like a knock. Animals show up a lot in those. Cats especially. Threshold animals, watchers. Sometimes the messenger when the living and the leaving cross paths. A blanket being pulled isn't subtle. Wake up. Pay attention. Something is changing whether you're ready or not. We weren't ready. We didn't even know. Grief is never clean. But the way this happened made it messier. It dragged up old unfinished things between me and my sister. We'd had good times when we were younger. Laughing, going out, easy. Then there was the slow drift you get with half families and distance and life. Later there was a misunderstanding that hardened everything. I'd arranged a simple meal for my dad, just to do something nice. I messaged her, waited for a reply, and didn't get one. I still needed to book, so I put the tables on hold anyway, planning to add numbers if she came back to me. She showed up, but she'd already decided I hadn't wanted her there. She barely spoke to me. I could feel her energy, closed, sharp. I'm sensitive like that. If someone's words don't match their energy, I feel the mismatch straight away. That night I went home and shut the door on it, blocked her on Facebook, stopped reaching out. It's a pattern with me. When I'm hurt, I cut the energy off at the root. It protects me, but it also means some things never get said. After she died, I slept at my dad's. That night the air felt crowded, in the way it gets when someone has just left, and the room hasn't caught up. I won't pretend I know for sure what I felt. I don't, but I felt watched in a soft way, like someone standing in the doorway, not sure if they should come in. Maybe that was her. Maybe it was just grief stretching the edges of the room. Either way, it kept me awake. People talk like funerals are the only valid shape of grief. They're not. I'm not going to the funeral. It isn't because I don't care. It's because life got complicated at the same time everything else did. My daughter had a serious eye operation. She was brave enough to agree to it on the promise of a proper break. The first real thing after weeks of being housebound over the summer, no rough and tumble, no swimming, no parks. I promised her I'd take her away. It's all paid for. The funeral date now falls right through that promise. On top of that, I don't feel welcome in that space, and I'm not going to force myself where I can feel the temperature drop, just because it looks better from the outside. I'll go to where she's laid to rest quietly later and speak to her there. That's how I want to do it. Boundaries aren't disrespect. Sometimes they're the only way to keep love honest. Before all of this, there were other threads tangled in the same season. My mum was in and out of hospital. I was back and forth, and it was bad. Bad enough that doctors said things no one wants to hear. My dad's health hasn't been great either. Months before all this, I gave him a pile of old photos. My sister on trains. At the house. Ordinary moments. I'm glad I did. I also ran into her mum a couple of months ago. She said she'd been unwell but was back at work. She didn't mention my sister. I felt something tight under the small talk, like there was more sitting there that wasn't finding words. This is what I mean about layered messages. Sometimes you get them as a sentence you can write down. Sometimes they arrive as a feeling you don't want to believe. And sometimes they come in someone else's dream, wearing a cat's face pulling a blanket. I've been thinking about what that dream was doing. If it was only about the cat, it did its work. We were already grieving. One thing before we learned, there was another behind it. So the second blow didn't knock us completely flat. If it was about both, then the cat was the mask I could look at without flinching. It said, "This hurts, but you can handle it. Brace." There's a practical side to this too. People assume spiritual means soft. It doesn't. It's also boundaries, choices, promises kept. My kids are autistic. Getting out is hard work even on smooth days. We fight for calm. We stick to what we say we'll do. My daughter did something terrifying and brave. I won't break my word to her. That's not me choosing one person over another. That's me keeping a line straight in a week full of crossed wires. I'm writing this not to ask for sympathy, and not to prove anything to anyone who thinks grief should look one way. I'm writing it because this is the truth of how it unfolded, and because I want it on the page while it's still fresh enough to sting. Some things I've learned, the hard way and the quiet way. Dreams don't always predict. Often they prepare. The symbol you can face stands in for the truth you can't yet bear directly. If something in a dream won't let you sleep, tugging, tapping, calling your name, take note. You don't have to decode it on the spot. Just don't dismiss it. Animal messengers show up because they slip past your defenses. We'll argue with a human. We'll rationalize a number plate. A cat pulling your blanket is hard to argue with because it isn't arguing, it's doing. Not everything needs to be fixed with a ritual. Sometimes the most magical thing you can do is keep a promise, tell the truth, or refuse to step into a room that asks you to pretend you're someone else to be tolerated. Guilt will try to rewrite your story. It will tell you should have done more, said more, attended everything, forgiven everything. It won't mention the times you did reach out. It won't count the energy it cost you to protect yourself. Guilt is loud. Truth is steady. Listen for the steady. You can love someone and still accept that you didn't fit neatly into each other's lives. Both can be true. Both can hurt. Both can stand. I keep circling back to the image. A cat pawing a blanket, refusing to stop. You can read it a dozen ways and none of them cancel the others. It was a goodbye and a warning, a comfort and a push. It was the universe using the softest claws it could find to pull us toward a hard dawn. There are pieces I'll keep for myself. The private words I said in my dad's living room when the air felt crowded. The photo I held a little too long before I put it back. The way I've been catching myself looking at doorways at night, as if someone might step in. I don't need those parts to be public to make them real. What I will put here is this. I hope wherever my sister is, she can see the whole of me now, how I felt and how I failed, what I wanted and what I couldn't carry, the way I shut down when I'm hurt, the way I love even when I go silent. I hope she knows I'm sad she's gone. I hope she knows I'll come and speak to her, where she rests when the noise has died down and the flowers have thinned, and there's space to breathe. I hope she knows I kept a promise to my child because I want my child to grow up knowing promises mean something. I wasn't going to write this. I am now. Because the dream wouldn't stop tugging. And because if there's one thing I've learned this year, it's that the things we don't want to talk about run our lives from the dark. I'd rather bring this out into the light and let it be what it is. Love in a complicated shape. Grief with edges, a message that wore a cat so I'd look at it. If you're reading this and you've had your own version, a sign you half believed, a feeling you pushed away, a message that made sense only later. Don't waste time arguing with yourself about whether it was real. Ask a simpler question. Did it help you pay attention? Did it help you prepare? Did it help you put one foot down steady when everything else wanted to shake? Then it did its work. After everything I've just written, I wanted to set down what I've learned about experiences like my dad's dream, and why it matters spiritually. When something unusual happens, an intense dream, a sudden tug in the chest, a thought that arrives out of nowhere. It can be more than imagination. Many traditions describe these as visitations or messages that slip through when the ordinary world is quiet. Dreams are the easiest doorway because the mind relaxes. We stop arguing with what we feel. In my case, my dad's dream was purposeful. The cat didn't just appear. It insisted, tugging the blanket again and again, as if it needed him awake right then. That urgency is a classic sign that a dream is carrying a message. Not just replaying memory. Sometimes the message is straightforward. Other times it's layered. One surface meaning our family cat passing, with another underneath a bigger loss approaching. Across folklore, Celtic, British, Mediterranean, cats are threshold guardians, moving between seen and unseen. In that light, a cat pulling a blanket can read as, wake up. Pay attention. Something important is crossing over. It can also signal protection. like a night watchman keeping you alert while a passage takes place elsewhere. There's another idea that fits what happened around my sister, a crisis visitation. That's when a person's spirit reaches out during severe illness, or just before death, sometimes hours or days, before anyone gets the news. People report dreams that feel more real than real, sudden images, a knock, a voice calling their name, a touch on the shoulder, or a powerful pull to think about someone they haven't seen in years. You only recognize the pattern after the news arrives. That's why I keep coming back to my dad's dream. It behaved like a true warning bell. How I tell a message dream from an ordinary dream now. It carries intent. Someone or something is doing. Not drifting, waking you. Speaking, leading, tugging. It leaves a residue when I wake. Clarity. Stillness or a physical feeling. Heavy chest. Buzzing hands. It links to real timing. A call, a passing. A sudden update, often within hours or days. And a few gentle rules I use so I don't miss the important ones. 1. Record first, interpret later. I write down what happened, exact words. Actions time, before I decide what it means. Details are the proof later. 2. Notice repetition. If the same symbol returns, like a door, a knock, a specific animal, I treat it as a signature. 3. Ask for clarity. Before sleep I'll say, if this matters, show me again. Cleaner, closer, kinder. Clear messages tend to repeat in simpler form. 4. Ground and protect. A quick shield in the morning and before bed keeps fear out and truth in. I imagine light sealing my home and my heart. Then I let it be. None of this demands blind belief. Psychology can explain parts of it. Our brains pick up subtle information before we're conscious of it, and dreams sort it. But that explanation doesn't cancel the spiritual one. It can sit beside it. What matters to me is that my dad's dream acted like a messenger standing at the threshold, and the timing proved it out. If you've had something similar, you're not making it up. You're being taught your language, the private symbols your life uses to speak to you. Mine might be cats, knocks, and that sudden tug to pay attention. Yours might be birds, numbers, songs, or a scent that shouldn't be there. The point is not to chase signs, but to honor them when they arrive. Write them down. Thank them. Protect your space, and then carry on living, because the messages aren't here to trap you in the past. They're here to help you move through it with your eyes open. Also, what on my mind that night, when my mom was in hospital and the doctors told us she was too weak to keep going, I sat there thinking about everything they'd said. They told us there were only 2 choices. The first was to try the breathing machine, but she was too weak to use it. They said it would be pointless, though we could still try if we wanted. The second option was to put her into a coma, but even then, only young and healthy people usually came back from that. They didn't think she would. The last choice was to let her go peacefully. It was one of those moments where time feels heavier, and every thought sits differently in your head. Later that night, I was driving home, passing by my granddad's old house. Out of nowhere, my sister came into my mind. I wasn't thinking about her before, but suddenly she was just there. It wasn't a casual thought. It felt sharp, like someone had dropped her name straight into my head. I thought, she's hurt. Then I told myself, no, she's fine. My mom's the one who's hurt, not her. But the feeling wouldn't leave. As I kept driving, I started thinking about her more, about how much I missed her, about how silly it was that we'd stopped talking over something small. I told myself that when I got home and had a moment, I'd message her to make things right. Life's too short to hold on to things like that. I didn't know at the time that my sister was in hospital too. I didn't know she'd been there for a while. I didn't know anything was wrong. The more I think about it now, the more I wonder if that moment was some kind of connection. I've read before about telepathic impressions. The idea that strong emotional bonds can somehow pass information without words. It's not always a clear image or a voice. Sometimes it's just a sudden, undeniable thought that pushes into your mind and refuses to leave. Some call it intuition. Others say it's spiritual, like a guide, a loved one, or even the person themselves reaching out without realizing it. From my point of view, it felt more than just coincidence. I wasn't in a place or mood that would have triggered memories of her. There was no reminder. And yet she was in my head so strongly that I questioned whether something was wrong. And there was. I can't prove what it was, but I know how it felt. Like someone was trying to make sure I noticed. I've thought a lot about why that happened. Why she suddenly came into my head that night. There's actually a lot of research and personal accounts about moments like this. Some people call it empathic connection. Others call it shared consciousness or crisis telepathy. It's when two people, often close by blood or bond, seem to sense each other's emotional or physical state, without speaking or even knowing what's happening. Scientists don't all agree on why it happens. Some think it's our subconscious picking up on subtle cues, things we don't even realize we've noticed. Others lean more towards the spiritual side, saying it's proof of a connection that goes beyond the physical, especially between family. In grief studies and near-death accounts, there are stories of people feeling an overwhelming urge to think about someone, dream about them, or even speak their name, only to later find out something serious happened to that person at the same time. That night, I was pouring my heart out, feeling a level of sadness I can't explain. If there's any truth to the idea that strong emotions can open some kind of channel, maybe she could feel it from wherever she was. Maybe it made it easier for her to come to me in some way. Not physically, but as a thought, a presence, a pull. I might be wrong, and it could just have been coincidence, but I can't shake the feeling it was more than that. Entry 29, The Witch at the Door. This wasn't a normal dream. I was on the run. Not just from danger, but from another witch. My partner was with me, and so was a baby. In the dream, the baby was ours. I knew I couldn't keep her with me. It wasn't safe. I took her straight to a friend, someone I trusted with my life. In the dream, this friend was also a witch, the kind who could protect someone with more than just words. She had a shield over her home, a magical barrier so strong the other witch couldn't, even sense the baby was inside. I felt sure she would keep her safe. The baby was hidden. The barrier was in place, but then the other witch came. She didn't walk up to the door. She stopped outside, right where my friend sat in a chair. The air around her felt wrong, like she was smiling without actually moving her face. My friend didn't call for me, but I knew she would never let the baby go without telling me first. The witch stepped closer. Her hair hung forward as she leaned in, almost touching my friend's. At first, it looked like she was whispering, but then I saw it. She was pulling at her, drawing her closer without touching, binding her hands together with her power. And then she began draining her, not physically hurting her, but taking her strength, her magic, her will. I heard my friend's voice in my head, speaking without sound. She's here. She's trying to break through. Don't let her have the baby. I moved towards them, ready to fight, but before I reached them, I woke up. When I woke, my wrists were aching sharply, like they'd been bound. The pain only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough to make me sit up in bed and rub them until it faded. Reflection. In waking life, I don't have a baby. My children are older, so I think this was symbolic. The baby could represent something precious, new and deeply personal that I'm protecting. My friend in the dream might symbolize a real person I trust, or even the stronger, shielded side of myself. The witch at the door could be a warning about someone trying to break through my defenses by going through those close to me. The aching wrists made it feel more than just a dream. It could have been a partly astral experience, something real on a spiritual level, and my body reacted physically. I'll be reinforcing my wards and protections, especially around anything new I'm creating, to make sure nothing can break through that shield. There's something important I didn't mention in the first part. The witch in the dream didn't look like herself at first. She'd shapeshifted, taking on the form of someone my friend trusted completely. On the surface, she looked harmless, even familiar. But my friend knew instantly something wasn't right. She could feel it. It wasn't them. In the dream, I realized this was a trick. The witch wasn't coming to me directly. She was trying to get to the baby by slipping past my friend's guard, shape-shifting, glamoring, pretending to be safe so she could get close enough to cause harm. It reminded me that sometimes danger doesn't arrive screaming and obvious. Sometimes it wears the face of someone you think you know. That's why in magic, and in life, intuition is everything. My friend didn't need proof or evidence. She just knew. This kind of dream always carries a warning for me. Guard what's important. Strength and protection not just around myself, but around those who are safeguarding the things I care about. Remember that magical attacks, or energy manipulations, often start in subtle, deceptive ways. If this was an astral experience, and I believe it might have been, then the shape-shifting detail is even more serious. On the astral, illusion and glamour magic are common tactics. They work because they slip past logic and speak directly to emotion and memory. The only defense is awareness, instinct, and strong wards. For me, this wasn't just about a dream baby. It was about the new parts of my life and practice. I'm building right now, fragile, valuable and not ready to be exposed. The message was clear. Protect them until they're strong enough to stand on their own. This dream, or astral encounter, wasn't just a warning for one night. It reminded me of a bigger truth in witchcraft. The attack isn't always aimed at you directly. If your own defenses are too strong to breach, the next move is often to go for the people around you, or for the things you're protecting. That's why protection magic isn't just about casting a circle or carrying a charm for yourself. You need to extend that shield to your loved ones, especially the ones who might unknowingly become targets, to your projects, your magical tools, and anything new you're birthing into the world. Whether that's a spell, a book, or a new chapter of your life, to the physical and astral safe houses where you keep what matters most. This is also why I don't believe in oversharing magical work before it's ready. Not every witch or spirit out there has your best interest at heart. The more details someone has, the easier it is for them to weave into your energy and work against you. That dream reinforced my trust in my friend's intuition, and in my own. She didn't need to see through the witch's disguise with her eyes. She felt it in her bones. And when your instincts speak that loudly, you listen. Always. So I've taken action since then. I've tightened the wards on my home and my working spaces. I've placed protective layers specifically keyed to my most important magical and personal work. And I've created a shield of trust, wards linked only to the people who have earned their way into my inner circle, making it harder for anyone to slip in by pretending to be one of them. Whether you believe this was a dream or a real astral incident, the lesson is the same. Guard what matters, trust your instincts, and remember that not all attacks look like attacks at first. The part that stayed with me the most wasn't the obvious threat. It was the method. That witch didn't come storming in, casting curses and shouting spells. She came quietly, wearing a face that my friend recognized, and acting like she belonged there. That's the danger a lot of witches overlook: shape-shifting and energetic mimicry. On the astral or magical level, an attacker doesn't have to look like themselves. They can wrap themselves in the energy skin of someone you trust, moving with their voice, their aura, even their habits. It's not perfect, all small tells give it away, but if you're not looking for those details, you won't see them until it's too late. In my dream, my friend felt the truth because she's naturally energy aware. But imagine if she hadn't been. The witch could have taken the baby, walked straight out, and I might never have known until the damage was done. Here's the hard truth. In the astral, anyone can wear a mask. In spirit work, not every familiar presence is what it claims to be. And in physical life, someone can carry the energy of safety without truly being safe. That's why I've started building confirmation layers into my magical wards and bonds. It's like having a secret handshake on an energetic level, something only the real person could give me. It can be a private visual, a sound, a shared memory, or even a phrase locked into the spell. Without that, no one gets through, no matter how convincing they look or feel. And one more thing, in astral encounters, pain in the physical body afterwards is a red flag. The aching wrists I woke up with told me that energy had been anchored into me during the dream. That's not harmless. That's a hook. The first thing I did was cleanse, cut any lingering threads, and reinforce my shield so nothing could find its way back in. This is the kind of magic most beginner books never warn you about. Not because it's rare, but because it's harder to explain than just light a candle and say these words. If you've read this far, take it as your own warning. Never trust a face in the astral. Just because it's familiar, and always have more than one way of knowing who's at your door, dreams like this aren't random. They're a mix of warning, training, and testing. Whether it was purely astral or a blend of both dream and spirit, it served one purpose, to sharpen my awareness. The baby wasn't just a child. It was my work, my energy, my creations, my truth. The friend was the trusted keeper. The part of me and the people in my life who stand guard when I can't. And the witch? She was the reminder that not every threat comes roaring in with teeth showing. Some knock gently. Some smile. Some pretend to be people you'd welcome without hesitation. This is why witchcraft is more than spells and candles. It's vigilance. It's reading the room, and the astral, before you let anyone close. It's knowing that the shape they show you isn't always the truth. I woke from that dream with sore wrists and a clear message. Guard what's precious. Shield it twice. Question everything. And most importantly, never assume that the person at the door, astral or otherwise, is who they appear to be. The more I thought about it, the stranger it became. That friend in the dream, the one shielding the baby, wasn't just a separate person. She was me, or maybe another version of me, a double. It was like watching myself from the outside. Same energy, same knowing, same way of holding my ground. But at the same time, she wasn't exactly me. She carried a weight and an authority that felt older, sharper. And here's the part that shook me the most. She was the one who woke me up. Not the fear, not the witch, not even the pain in my wrists. It was her voice in my head, firm and steady. Wake up, now. The moment I opened my eyes, that presence faded, but the echo stayed. It left me with the unsettling but powerful feeling that somewhere, in another layer of myself, there's a guardian me. Someone who steps in when the threat is too close. Someone who can push me back into my body before harm is done. If that's true, then I wasn't just dreaming about protection. I was the protection. I'm certain now that the one who tried to attack me wasn't strong enough. My shield worked. It was tested, but it held. Even in the dream, I knew what was going on, and I could feel the wrongness in her presence. When she started hurting my friend, I forced myself awake. It didn't matter that I wasn't physically with my friend. In the dream, she still called me and I answered. I woke before the attack could go any further. That tells me I still have control, even in the astral. This wasn't a defeat. If anything, it was proof that my protections are working, and that I'll wake when I need to. After I woke, I didn't just leave it there. I strengthened my shield, reinforcing it with the intent that anything sent my way would be returned, not just once, but tenfold. I added one more layer. Whoever sent this would spend the next 24 hours trapped in their own nightmare, feeling fear far stronger than anything I felt in the dream. In the dream itself, I wasn't afraid for me, only for my friend. She kept her shield in place, even while the witch tried to hurt her. She wasn't afraid for herself at all. Her fear was for me, and that told me she understood the real target, that kind of loyalty. Whether it came from a real person or an aspect of myself, made me even more determined to send that energy right back where it belonged. What I learned, and how you can protect yourself. I woke up from that dream with sore wrists and a clear message: level up. So I sat down and actually studied what happened. Not to scare myself, but to understand the mechanics so I can teach you how to stay safe too. What I learned from this, it wasn't just a dream. The detail, the afterpain, the way the visitor tried to work through someone. I trusted it, that's classic. Energetic interference. It happens most easily when we're tired, stressed, or wide open emotionally. My shield held. It didn't collapse, it flexed. That's what a living shield should do. Bend, warn, then brace. Signals and stories. Don't get stuck on who it was. Focus on how it felt and how it moved. Energy has signatures: cold, hollow, sticky, heavy, sharp, needly. Once you learn the feel, you can spot it faster next time. If words alone aren't enough, I can throw up a ward with a sentence and intention, and often that's enough. But if you're still training, or you're exhausted, layer. Think of it like doors and locks. 1. Core layer, you, breath, plus will plus words. Age home layer, space, corners, thresholds, bed. 3. Anchors, materials. Salt, iron, smoke, sound, thread, mirrors. 4. Allies, ancestors, guardians, house spirit. Use as many layers as the moment needs. There's no prize for doing it the hardest way. Quick diagnostics. Don't gaslight yourself. Before we protect, we check, ask, did anything mundane change? Sleep debt, meds, dehydration, stress? Is the sensation repeating at the same time, place? Pattern is useful clue. Did it respond when you told it to stop? Real interference often reacts. Keep a tiny log. Date, time, sensation, what you did, what happened. 3 lines is enough. You'll see patterns fast. Hard flash shield. No tools, 60 seconds. For when something tries it right now. 1. Stand or sit tall. Exhale hard once through the mouth. 2. Drop a line from the crown of your head down your spine to your tailbone, then into the earth. Breathe once into that line. 3. Speak or think clearly. My field is mine. All else departs now. 4. See a smooth shell form 18 inches from your skin. No spikes. Spikes snag things. Smooth, luminous, reflective. 5. Seal with 3 breaths. On each exhale, silently say, clear, closed, safe. Do this whenever you feel the pull. It strengthens with repetition. House reset. Materials optional. Do this anytime the atmosphere feels busy. Option A, 0 tools. Open every door inside for airflow. Walk clockwise once around the home with your palm out, saying, "Only what loves me lives here. All else leaves." At each threshold, front door, back door, bedroom, draw a small invisible line in the air to mark the boundary. Clap once into each room corner, sound break static. Finish at the front door. Open it and sweep the air out with your hand. Close, then say done. Option B, simple tools. Salt, pinch of table salt in each room corner. Vacuum it up the next day. Iron, a nail, key, or small skillet near the door, under bed. Smoke, a single bay leaf or a sprig of rosemary over a dish. Waft the smoke out to the door. Sound, a glass and a spoon. Ping the rim once per room, let it ring. Night ward for dream safety. If your trouble shows up in dreams, protect the bed like a little temple. No tools version. Smooth your sheets with both hands and say, "Only truth, only care across this square." Imagine a soft grid of light settling over the mattress, like a net that only lets kindness through. Place your palm on your chest, pendant or no pendant, and breathe. In for 4, hold 4, out for 6, 3 times. With simple tools, choose one. Bowl of salt under the bed at the heart area. Replace weekly. Mirror faced outward beneath the bed or behind the headboard. Reflect only, not absorb. Lavender tied in a tissue under the pillow for calm. Iron object, key or nail, taped to the underside of the bed frame near your feet. Reflect only, return. I know the urge to send things back x10. It's effective, but it can keep you energetically entangled. If you want a cleaner option, 1, ground, then state, I release what isn't mine. I return it to its rightful source, unchanged and unanchored, with all cords cut. 2, on the exhale, see the energy peel off you like cling film and float away. Not slingshot. Not amplified. Just not yours anymore. 3, finish with, I am sealed, it is done. If you truly need teeth, add, any repeat attempts hit only their maker. That sets a mirror without you feeding the loop. Shapeshifter test, dream and waking. If something shows up wearing a face you trust. The name test, ask them to say your full name and a childhood. Nickname only a real ally would know. Imposters stumble. The light test. Imagine a sphere of bright light between you. Ask them to step into it. Real allies brighten. Tricksters blur bait. The blessing test. Say, blessed be those who come in truth. Imposters flinch or change subject. You can run these silently in a dream or out loud at your door. Training plan. 2 weeks to reset your field. Daily, 2 minutes. Hard flash shield morning and night. Every other day, 5 minutes. House reset A or B. Bedtime, 1 minute. Night ward. Journal, 30 seconds. 3-line log. After 14 days, notice which moments feel easiest or strongest. That's your natural rhythm. Keep those, drop the rest. If you want materials, keep it kitchen table simple. Salt the boundary. Line a pinch across your threshold. Replace after rain weekly. Vinegar, your cut banish. A small open jar under the sink for 7 days. Pour it out at the curb. Thread, mum or seal. Red or white sewing thread tied around doorknobs. 3 knots, clear. Closed, safe. Bay rosemary, cleanse. Burn 1 leaf sprig safely or simmer in water and let the steam pass through rooms. Iron chime stop. A key by the door says no further. You don't need rare herbs or fancy tools. Use what you have. Your will is the battery. Tools are just handles. Entry 30, the 5 a.m. knock. Some attacks don't happen in the middle of the day when you're alert, ready and grounded. They come when you're asleep. when your defenses are lower, and when they think you won't notice until it's too late. This one started days before. I joined a group online, one I thought might have genuine witches. The moment you join, people usually greet you. I said a quick hi in the chat, nothing more. Then out of nowhere, one member sent me a direct message. I didn't ask for it. I didn't request a reading or invite them to connect. But the second I tuned into their energy through the words, I could feel it, false. A performance, not a genuine witch, but someone playing the part. I called them out for what they were, a scammer. They didn't like that. I could feel the thread of energy between us tighten, like they were marking me. I told them my house was protected. I told them I wasn't the one they should be messing with. Maybe that's when they decided to prove me wrong. It happened at 5 a.m. I was deep asleep. At first, it was just a shift. That sudden feeling the air in the room has changed. Then a knock. Not loud, not physical. The kind you hear inside your head and feel in your chest. The second knock was stronger. That's when I realized they weren't coming for my front door. They were pushing at my wards. I woke fully, sat up in bed, and reached for my shield. No materials, no tools, just my own will. I expanded the barrier around me until it pressed back against theirs. The energy hit once more, weaker this time, and then it stopped. Was it them? Was it in my head? Maybe, but the timing was too perfect. Just after I called them out. Just after I warned them. And here's what I know. If it was them, they learned 2 things that night. 1, I wake fast. 2, I'm stronger than they are when it matters. Lessons from this. 1, uninvited contact can carry energy. When someone messages you out of nowhere in a witchcraft space, don't assume it's harmless. Words can carry intent, especially if they're testing you without saying it outright. 2, trust the first read you get. If your gut says scammer, faker, or danger, don't second-guess yourself to be polite. Naming the truth can protect you before anything starts. 3, your wards should be 24/7, not just for ritual. Mine were already in place that night. That's why they had to knock instead of walk in. Keep yours active at all times so you're not scrambling when you're half asleep. 4, willpower is your strongest tool. You don't need candles, herbs, or tools when you're under immediate attack. Your own energy and focus can be enough to push someone back, especially if you've trained to use it quickly. 5, they'll test your weak spots. In my case, they chose early morning, when most people are in their deepest sleep. Be aware of when you're most vulnerable, and make sure your protection covers those hours. 6, proof is in the outcome, not the argument. I didn't need to argue with them after. The fact they backed off said more than anything I could have written in a message. How to ward yourself while sleeping. You don't have to be awake to defend yourself. With the right setup, your wards work whether you're conscious or not. 1, set the command before sleep. In your mind, say, my shield remains active and alert while I rest. Nothing enters without my permission. Repeat it 3 times. This becomes a standing order for your energy. 2, visualize the shield. Picture a dome or sphere over your bed walls and roof. Imagine it locking in place like solid glass, glowing with light you control. 3, anchor it to a trigger. If you want instant defense in a dream or astral state, set a mental alarm. For example, your shield surges if you feel watched or touched. 4, layer the wards. Think of 3 layers. Outer layer, deflects and confuses unwanted visitors. Middle layer, absorbs and neutralizes harmful intent. Inner layer, keeps your personal energy stable so you don't wake up drained. 5, seal the edges. When you visualize the shield, see it closing at the floor, walls, and ceiling. No gaps. 6, renew in the morning. When you wake, thank the shield and renew it. If you feel heaviness or a fog in the room, open windows or clap to break lingering energy. Entry 31, silent grounding. The night after the 5 a.m. knock, I didn't sleep much. 3, maybe 4 hours, which isn't unusual for me. But this was different. By the time I went to my mom's later that day, I felt like I was running on fumes. It wasn't just being tired. This was heavy, slow, like every step was carrying extra weight. Even just sitting in her living room, I could feel the drain in my body. Not in a bad, threatening way, but enough to make me realize I was running low on energy. I needed to ground before I burned out completely. I decided to stretch out on her sofa. My head was already foggy, so I thought I'd do it the way I normally would, guiding the energy with words in my mind, telling it where to flow, what to release. But within seconds, it felt like too much effort. My focus slipped, my mind wandered. Then I felt something unexpected. A flicker just for a moment and low in my body. Not pain, not discomfort. more like a soft pulse under me. In the top of my bum and lower back, as if the energy had touched there first. It lasted only a couple of seconds, enough for me to notice, and then it faded. I instinctively shifted position, turning slightly so my hand could rest on the cushion beside me. That's when it happened. The fabric under my hand began to move. Not from wind, not from me shifting. This was different. It had a rhythm, slow and steady, almost like a heartbeat or breathing. I could feel it pushing against my palm, then easing back, as if it was alive. It didn't scare me. If anything, it felt good, warm, happy, like it recognized me. The more I stayed still, the more I realized the rhythm wasn't just the cushion. It was mine too. My energy and whatever was in that fabric seemed to link together, feeding into each other in a loop. I didn't try to control it. I didn't speak any words in my head. I just let the connection happen, silent and easy. The longer I stayed there, the lighter my body felt. My head cleared. That drained, heavy feeling I'd carried in with me began to lift, replaced with a steady, balanced calm. By the time I sat up, I wasn't just more awake. I felt rebalanced, like something had gently put my energy back where it was supposed to be. And that's when it hit me. Sometimes grounding isn't about pushing energy out of yourself. Sometimes it's about letting the right energy in, quietly, naturally, without forcing a single word. Later, I thought about what had just happened. I've grounded before, hundreds of times. But this was different. No words, no visualizations. No conscious sending energy down the way books and teachers always describe. This felt older than that. Simpler. Like my body already knew how to do it and was just waiting for me to get quiet enough to notice. I've since learned that some witches can do this. Ground without words, but it's rare. It's not the sort of thing people usually teach, because you can't really break it down into steps. You can't script it. You can only be still enough, open enough to let it happen. The pulse I felt in my lower back before my hand touched the curtain made me realize something important. Grounding isn't always one way. Sometimes, the energy doesn't just leave you, it comes back in through places you wouldn't expect. It can enter through the soles of your feet, the palms of your hands, or apparently the base of your spine, wherever your body is ready to receive it. That cushion wasn't magic in itself, but in that moment, it became part of the circuit, a bridge between my energy and the space around me. It gave a little back. And the more I allowed it, the stronger and lighter I felt. It made me wonder how many times in my life I've brushed against something, a tree, a wall, even another person, and felt that spark of connection without realizing what it was. Maybe I've been doing this for years without knowing. Maybe we all have. But we dismiss it because it doesn't fit the way we've been told magic is supposed to work. Now I know better. I know that silence can be as powerful as the loudest chant, that stillness can move more energy than the most complicated ritual, and that sometimes the best thing you can do for your magic is to stop telling it what to do and just let it happen. Witch's note. Silent grounding is one of the oldest, most instinctive forms of energy work. Unlike spoken or visualized techniques, it relies entirely on your natural connection to the world around you. The key is stillness, letting energy move without forcing it. Objects, fabrics, plants, or even the air can become part of the exchange if your body is open to it. Many witches never experience it because they've been taught to control every step of the process. But when you remove the structure and trust your senses, grounding can happen anywhere, at any time, without a single word. Silent grounding isn't rare, but most witches are so used to working with words, chants, or visualization that they overlook it. I didn't learn this from anyone. I discovered it by accident. It's a reminder that power doesn't always need to be spoken. Sometimes the quiet is the strongest channel of all. Personal reflection. I'd been breathing slowly, eyes closed, just letting myself sink into the sofa. My hand stayed on the cushion, almost like it was there for comfort, to feel safe. I didn't use words and I needed silence. I felt at peace. Every so often I opened my eyes to see what was happening, and I could actually see my hand moving, even though I wasn't the one moving it. It was what was underneath, the energy, shifting and pushing gently. The first time, it lasted maybe a minute before stopping. I moved my hand away, curious. But then I wanted more, so I placed it back, relaxed again, and it started all over. It made me feel happy and safe. I lay there for about 20 minutes, but the movement only came in short bursts, like the energy chose when to reach for me. Silent energy grounding method, to recreate the cushion pillow sensation. 1. Choose a soft, stable surface. A pillow, cushion, blanket works best. It should feel safe and familiar to you, somewhere you can relax. 2. Get comfortable. Sit or lie down so you can rest one hand flat against the fabric. Keep your arm loose, no tension. 3. Close your eyes, optional. Closing your eyes helps focus on touch and sensation. You can also keep them half open if you want to watch for movement. 4. Go silent. No words in your head. Don't give the energy instructions. Just let yourself breathe naturally, without forcing rhythm. 5. Feel. Don't think. Pay attention to tiny shifts under your hand, warmth, pulsing, or a pushback from the fabric. If your mind wanders, gently return focus to the sensation. 6. Stay with it. The movement might start subtle, then grow stronger. Let it happen without trying to control or help it. 7. Notice when it fades. If it stops, you can lift your hand and place it back down to restart. Often the connection returns more quickly the second time. 8. End slowly. When you're ready, open your eyes fully and lift your hand slowly. Take a few breaths before standing so the grounded feeling stays with you. How I did it. Silent energy grounding. I didn't plan it. I wasn't even thinking about doing a technique. I just knew I needed to feel safe. So I laid down, closed my eyes, and rested my hand on the cushion beside me. No words in my head. No instructions. Just quiet. I kept breathing slowly in and out, eyes half closing, sometimes opening them just to see if anything was happening. I wasn't scared. If anything, I felt calmer the longer I stayed like that. Then I noticed it. My hand was moving. Not because I was moving it, but because something under the fabric was gently shifting like a slow pulse. I could see my hand move, even though I wasn't doing it. It reminded me of something I'd felt before, years ago, lying in bed when I thought there was a small creature, like a mouse inside my pillow or moving under my mattress. Back then, I didn't know about grounding, so I brushed it off. But now I realize it was the same thing. Energy moving under me, making itself known. This time it lasted for about a minute before fading. When I lifted my hand, it stopped. But I wanted more, and it felt that good. So I put my hand back, relaxed again, and it returned. I stayed there maybe 20 minutes in total. But the movement only happened for short bursts. Still, it was enough to leave me feeling rebalanced and at peace. Reflection. Looking back, I think I've done this silent grounding more than I realized, especially with how little I've slept over the years. My kids are autistic, and even now they don't sleep well. So I've had years of broken nights and grabbing rest whenever I could. Sometimes I'd only manage a few hours at night, then nap during the day, and I think those half asleep. Heavy moments made me more open to it without even knowing. I remember feeling something similar before, not with a cushion, but with my hand resting on my mattress. At the time, I was too tired and foggy to understand what was happening. In fact, the first few times it freaked me out. It felt like something small, like a mouse, was moving underneath me. Except there were no holes. No way anything could have been inside the mattress or pillow. It wasn't a vibration from my own muscles either. It was a soft, bubbling movement from within the material, almost alive. Now, after writing all of this down and really paying attention, I can see it for what it was, energy. My energy and whatever I was touching, flowing together without words, without effort. And this time, instead of being startled, I let myself lean into it. The sensation reminded me of being pregnant. That moment when you rest your hand on your belly and feel a baby shift or kick from underneath. Not exactly the same, but close enough that the memory came flooding back. That gentle push from under the surface, the way it makes you instantly aware that something alive is responding to you. That's exactly what this felt like. And now that I'm aware of it, I can choose to connect to it again. Before, it happened by accident, when I was too tired to even think about grounding properly. But knowing it's possible means I can call on it when I need it most. I don't have to wait for exhaustion or stillness to bring it. To me, I can create that state on purpose. This kind of grounding feels different from anything else I've done. It's not just releasing energy. It's receiving it, letting the right energy come back in and balance me. I think that's why it feels so safe, so peaceful. Like I'm not just emptying myself out, but being topped up at the same time. If I can train myself to do this more often, in both calm and chaotic moments, I think it could make my grounding more powerful than ever. It's one thing to quiet the noise in your own energy. It's another to welcome in something steady and strong to help you hold that balance. Entry 32. Today I ended up grounding twice without even planning it. The first time was at Mum's, somewhere between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. It hit fast and hard, the sharp tingles, in my hand that climbed up before I could even take a breath. No control, just that full-on rush. The second time was later. 22 a.m. And it felt nothing like the first. I was lying in bed when it started. This time it was my right hand again. But instead of a sudden jolt, it came as a steady pulse, mixed with a softer tingling. I could feel it moving up my arm in waves. Even my left foot got pulled in, a light electric feeling running underneath it. It wasn't sharp, more like a warm buzz I could control, and I stayed with it until it faded. It's strange how the same thing can happen twice in one day, but feel like two completely different experiences. The first was raw and powerful, like the energy was running me. The second was calmer, more controlled, like I was finally steering it instead of just holding on. Maybe that's the difference between it taking over and me letting it in. Reflection, research notes. After it happened, I wanted to know if anyone else had felt this exact combination. Before, pulse up the right arm, electric in the left foot, both during grounding. I found that in energy work, the right side of the body is often linked to sending or projecting energy, while the left side is about receiving. Feeling them at the same time could mean I wasn't just grounding, I was creating a two-way flow. The pulsing wasn't just a sensation. In some traditions, it's seen as energy channels opening. The tingles are said to be the aura responding, almost like static before a storm. Some people call it activating the current. How I did it, silent energy grounding. I didn't plan it. I wasn't even thinking about doing a technique. I just knew I needed to feel safe. So I laid down, closed my eyes, and rested my hand on the cushion beside me. No words in my head. No instructions. Just quiet. I kept breathing slowly in and out, eyes half closing, sometimes opening them just to see if anything was happening. I wasn't scared. If anything, I felt calmer the longer I stayed like that. Then I noticed it. My hand was moving. Not because I was moving it, but because something under the fabric was gently shifting like a slow pulse. I could see my hand move, even though I wasn't doing it. It reminded me of something I'd felt before, years ago, lying in bed when I thought there was a small creature, like a mouse inside my pillow or moving under my mattress. Back then, I didn't know about grounding, so I brushed it off. But now I realize it was the same thing. Energy moving under me, making itself known. This time it lasted for about a minute before fading. When I lifted my hand, it stopped. But I wanted more, and it felt that good. So I put my hand back, relaxed again, and it returned. I stayed there maybe 20 minutes in total. But the movement only happened for short bursts. Still, it was enough to leave me feeling rebalanced and at peace. Scientifically, it could be nerves firing or blood flow. But the way it matched my focus, the timing, the change in strength, makes me think it was more than just my body. It felt like control, like I could turn the volume up or down if I wanted. This morning, I woke up with something new. It wasn't like the grounding pulses from yesterday. This was gentler, but it was everywhere. A slow, drifting sensation that seemed to move through random parts of my body. It started at the base of my neck, sliding across my shoulders, then dipping into my arms, my chest, even my legs. It wasn't in my veins exactly. It didn't follow the path of blood. It was more like a current weaving wherever it wanted, sometimes circling back on itself, sometimes fading out only to return in a different spot. The best way I can describe it is like cold electricity, not painful, just a light, gliding tingle that lingered and shifted. Every time it passed through, it felt deliberate. Not like muscle twitches or random shivers, more like something tracing, lines under my skin, mapping me out. I stayed still and just let it happen, curious to see where it would move next. It never built into anything overwhelming, but it didn't vanish quickly either. It was slow, patient, and I had the sense it could have lasted for hours if I let myself sink into it completely. Thinking about it now, this tingling flow isn't entirely new. I've had something like it for the last 4 years and always assumed it was connected to my nerve pain. But even the doctors have said, my nerve pain isn't normal. It's not confined to one place. It's all over my body. That makes me wonder if what I've been feeling all this time has never really been about nerves at all. It's strange to consider that this might be part of my energy. Something I've been carrying for years without realizing. The feeling this morning didn't scare me. If anything, it reminded me that even if something tries to push its way in, like the dream attack the other night, I can protect myself. I've never been someone who believes in hexing or cursing others. It's not that I don't think it exists. I know it does. but I believe it's wrong to use that power to harm, even against people who've wronged me. That's just not the kind of witch I want to be. If someone tries to hurt me, I believe in returning their energy to them, not by hexing, not by cursing, but by sending it back to where it came from, stronger and cleaner, so it can't stick to me. It's protection, not punishment. I protect the people I care about far more than I protect myself. But maybe this morning was a reminder that I need to change that. If this energy is mine, if it's always been there, I should be learning to use it fully, not just when something bad forces me to. After the sensations faded this morning, I started thinking about what happened last night. I went to bed with the intention of trying to have a vision, to focus my dreams into showing me something. I didn't get the vision I wanted, but I also didn't have any bad dreams. That in itself felt like progress. It's been different lately. The other night when I was attacked in a dream, I had no control and it was all happening to me. But last night, even though nothing happened, I felt in control. There was a quietness in my mind, like I'd shut the door on anything I didn't want coming in. That's new. It made me realize that grounding isn't just about standing in the moment. It's also about deciding what you let through. Before, I only thought about protection in terms of spirits, ghosts, or random energy hanging around. I never thought about another witch physically stepping into my dream space and trying to harm me. Now I know that's a possibility. I'm changing the way I protect myself. Part of me wonders if that dream attack was just a test. Maybe they wanted to see how much power I actually had. Or maybe it was connected to that scammer who pretended to do readings. I told them straight when they were wrong, and they disappeared fast. If they are a witch, or at least someone dabbling in magic without the skill, they could have been curious, enough to try and push past my defenses. I told them my house was protected. Maybe they wanted to see if that was true. The more I think about it, the more I believe they were testing me, not trying to kill me. Either way, they didn't succeed. Whatever they sent my way didn't stick. And if they try again, it'll go straight back to them tenfold. Not as a curse. I still don't believe in using my power to deliberately harm, but as a natural return to sender. That's the way I work. It's made me more determined to protect myself properly, not just the people I care about. I've always been quick to put shields around others, but when it comes to me, I leave the door half open. This morning was a reminder that I'm not here to be tested by anyone. I decide when and how my energy moves, and I decide who gets access to it. Now I want to research more about these sensations, the pulses, the tingling in specific spots, the two-way flow I felt yesterday. I've already read that the right side is about projecting energy and the left side is about receiving. But I want to know more about what happens when they activate together. Could this be a sign that I'm opening a channel I didn't even know I had? Could it explain why I've had these tingles for years without understanding them? I know some people will say it's just nerves or circulation, but when it matches my focus, when I can feel it fade or strengthen depending on my thoughts, I can't see it as anything but intentional. It's not random. It's mine. The more I think about it, the more I realize how little people truly understand about what witches experience, the real, physical side of it. Most imagine magic as candles, crystals, and a few whispered words over a bowl of herbs. They don't see the way your body can react, the way it can tingle, burn, freeze, or ache in places that make no logical sense. They don't think about the way dreams can be invaded, how emotions can be manipulated, or how protection isn't just for your house, but for your own mind. It's a lot like when I used to watch horror films as a kid, though the difference is, those never scared me. I loved them. I was watching them on my own from the age of 5, never flinching at the jump scares or the creepy music. The ghosts, the monsters, the flickering lights. I enjoyed all of it. Maybe that's why it took me longer to recognize the real danger in magic. In films, the threat is obvious. You see it, you hear it, you know it's coming. In real witchcraft, you don't always get that luxury. You don't always get a shadow in the doorway or a flicker in the corner of your eye. Something can already be in your space, in your dream, in your thoughts, before you've even realized it's there. That's what makes these dream attacks so unsettling. It's not like a normal nightmare. It feels targeted, deliberate. And the strangest part is that you can wake up with actual physical symptoms and an ache in your limbs, a pressure on your chest, even marks on your skin. I've learned to check myself every morning now, just in case. I don't think it's paranoia. I think it's just smart. Sometimes those checks are quick. A glance in the mirror, a brush of my hand over my arms and legs to make sure nothing feels wrong. Other times I take my time. I'll run my fingers over the skin, press lightly at points where I've felt strange aches before, or trace the lines of my veins to see if anything feels different. It's almost like doing a daily inventory of my own body, making sure nothing has been taken, twisted, or left behind. I've started keeping mental notes of when certain sensations happen too. The dream attacks, the grounding pulses, the drifting tingles. I'm mapping them like you'd map storm patterns. If I can figure out when and why they happen, maybe I can predict them. And if I can predict them, I can prepare for them. The truth is, I don't think these things are random. Every pulse, every spark, every slow sweep of that cold electricity, it feels intentional. Like someone's knocking or testing the locks, and I've made up my mind. Every time they knock, I'll make sure the door stays shut. Because I've learned something important. Magic isn't just about power. It's about boundaries. If I don't set mine, someone else will set them for me. And once they do, it's a lot harder to take them back. It's still early days with strengthening my boundaries, so I'm not going to pretend I've mastered it. Right now, it's more about being aware, catching those moments, when something feels off and making a choice to push back instead of ignoring it. Even that small shift feels like progress. I'm starting to notice the signs earlier. The slight change in temperature in a room, the way my skin prickles for no reason, the sudden pull of my focus toward a corner or doorway. These are the moments I've learned not to dismiss. It's strange. The physical side of magic, the real sensations, have been with me for years without me fully understanding them. That tingling flow I've had for 4 years, the same one I thought was nerve pain, could have been my energy all along. Maybe it's always been there, acting as both a warning system and a way of connecting to whatever's around me. The more I think about it, the more I realize this is probably why certain people, witches or not, are drawn to me or react strongly around me. Some can feel it and are curious. Others might want to test it. And then there are the ones who don't even know why they feel uneasy. They just do. Additional reflection, research, and next steps. In traditional witchcraft, what I've been feeling could connect to more than one system of belief. Some older texts link the pulsing in one hand and tingling in the opposite foot to cross-current. Energy flow, a way of moving power, diagonally through the body instead of just up and down the spine. It's thought to be stronger because it bypasses the usual energy channels and instead weaves them together, almost like braiding strands of power. Modern energy workers sometimes call this looping the current and say it's a sign your energy is no longer stuck in one circuit. It's beginning to circulate through multiple layers of your aura. The drifting cold electricity I've carried for years might also have a place in older magical theory. Some sources suggest it's a form of resting magic, energy that's always active at a low level, quietly mapping the space around you. That could explain why certain people react to me before I've even spoken. If my energy is already extending beyond my body, others might feel it as warmth, pressure, or unease without knowing why. I've learned that witches in history didn't just see sensations as random side effects, they treated them as signals. Sharp or sudden tingles were often read as an outside force making contact. Slow, even pulses could mean you're aligning with a specific frequency, either of the land you're standing on or the person you're connecting with. Waves or drifting flows were considered signs of spirit, movement, or the body preparing for spell work. That last one feels important for me. It means the sensations aren't just things happening to me. They could be the start of something I can control and direct. From my own testing, I've noticed these patterns. They happen more often when I'm relaxed or open. They're stronger when I'm in places with natural energy, near trees, water, or certain old buildings. They're harder to hold on to when I'm stressed or distracted. My next step is to work with these currents on purpose, not just during grounding, but before sleep, during protection work, and even when I'm around people I don't fully trust. If this energy is something I've always carried, then it's time to train it like a muscle. The more I can steer it, the less chance anyone else has of steering it for me. The goal isn't to fight every influence that comes near. It's to become the deciding voice in my own space. I've spent too long reacting to things after they happen. Now I want to feel them as they approach, understand them, and decide in that moment whether they're allowed in. If I can do that, it won't just protect me. It will mean I'm finally using all of my power, not just the part I've been aware of. Entry 33, Aura Range Test. I've been researching more about auras, what they are, how they work, and how far they can really reach. From what I've found, most people can only sense another person's aura within 20-40 feet. I can do that too. And with some people, especially ones I know or see often, I can sense them the second they're nearby, even before I spot them. But there's one person in particular where it's different. With them, my awareness kicks in from that full 20-40 feet every single time. Doesn't matter if we're indoors, outside, or just passing in the street. I know when they're there. I wanted to see how far I could push it, so I tried to extend my aura not just to its normal range, but right across the length of a rugby field. I didn't think I could actually do it, but I did. I could sense that person from all the way over there. The cost? My head started pounding, a sharp pressure building behind my temples. Then, a sudden electric jolt shot into my left palm, like I'd grabbed a live wire. Right after that, a stabbing pain flared in my left thigh. It felt like my whole body was protesting. Like it wasn't ready to hold my aura out that far for that long. I think I overdid it, but at the same time, it worked. I've always been able to do things without realizing they were abilities, but now I'm beginning to know what I can do. And that changes everything. It's like my powers are waking up, stretching after a lifetime of sleeping, and I can't stop wanting to test them. One thing I've noticed, when I'm grounded, calm and relaxed, I can direct my aura much more easily. It's smoother, cleaner, and doesn't burn me out so fast. If I'm tense or distracted, it's like trying to throw a net through a storm. I still can't believe I pushed my aura a rugby field away. Now I'm wondering, if I train, how much further can I go? The more I think about it, the more I wonder if my aura isn't just reaching, but pulling. Almost like it's magnetizing people toward me, without either of us realizing it at first. I've noticed certain people keep showing up around me more than they used to, almost as if something about my energy is calling them in. I can't see auras the way some witches describe, all colors and light, around a person. Mine works differently. I feel them. Every aura has its own emotional fingerprint, and once I've felt it, I can recognize it anywhere. That's how I know who's nearby, even without looking. I've decided to keep a teaching map, a personal log of every test, every reach, every success and failure. That way I can look back in a year and see the distance I've covered, both in range and control. There are physical signs too, and I'm learning to pay attention to them. So far I've noticed a steady, almost warm pressure in my temples when my aura is stretching far. Sharp, electric-like jolts in my palms when I connect strongly with someone's energy. A sudden, stabbing ache in my thigh when I'm pushing too far, too fast. A deep, grounded calm. When the connection is stable, like the whole world sharpens for a moment. I don't think this is just practice makes perfect. It feels like my aura is a muscle that's been dormant for years, and now it's finally waking up. The more I use it, the more it responds. If I could cross a rugby field today, who's to say I can't cross a whole town tomorrow? The realization. I've been thinking about it, and now I'm certain how I did it. I grounded myself first, then simply told my aura what I wanted it to do. I put my hand down on the sofa, focused, and imagined my energy moving outward, stretching until it reached the distance I was aiming for. With each breath in and out, I pictured my aura pulling further and further away from me, like the inhale drew power in and the exhale pushed it out across the space. Within seconds, I could feel it happening, that expansion, and almost immediately after, the pains began. Sharp jolts in my palm, the ache in my thigh, the pounding in my head. Now I know it wasn't just chance. It was control. I gave my aura an instruction, used my breath to fuel it, and it obeyed. That changes everything. I've been thinking about what happened when I pushed my aura that far, and something's starting to sink in. It's not just about sensing people. When my aura reaches them, it's like I'm touching their energy, maybe even speaking to it without words. I can't prove it, but I think they feel it back. That's a strange kind of power, and it's not one to throw around without thinking. This last attempt took more out of me than I realized. The headache lingered. The sharp pain in my palm kept pulsing for hours, and my thigh still aches when I move a certain way. I pushed too hard, too soon. My body was telling me to stop, but I wanted to see how far I could go. Now I know there's a cost. The risks are starting to make themselves clear, not just physical strain, but what it might mean to send my energy out to people who don't even know it's happening, who might feel it and not understand, who might push back. So for now I'm resting, letting my aura pull back in, like a tide coming home. I need to learn to control it before I try something like that again, because if this ability really does have no limit, then I need to be ready for whatever's on the other side of it. Entry 34. The 3 I keep thinking about. This is just me writing in my diary, trying to make sense of something that's been sitting in my mind. Lately, 3 different women have been appearing in my thoughts. I didn't notice it at first. It crept up slowly, but now I realize I get the same feeling around each of them. The youngest looks about 22. Her skin is really pale, and she wears a beautiful black moon pendant that always catches my eye. There's something about her presence that feels steady and strong, like she carries her own quiet power. The second person, about 25, has light brown skin and caramel curly hair, and the kind of smile that lights up a room. There's a glow about her, not just in how she looks, but in how her kindness comes across. She feels like she's cut from the same cloth as me. Sapphire energy, warm and open. The oldest, around 40, is different. She's more reserved, quiet, short hair, glasses, and a way of dressing that's a bit more boyish. She doesn't speak much, but when she looks at me, it's not in any romantic or sexual way. It's like a family member looking at someone they care about, even though I know she doesn't understand why she feels that way. I pass each of them quite a lot, walking down the street, in passing, and every time, without fail, they smile at me. Not just a polite smile, but one that feels warm, genuine, and meant for me. They make a point of catching my eye, almost like they're happy to see me, even if it's only for a moment. It's enough to make me stop and wonder. The strange thing is, they don't seem to know each other. Yet I get this warm, happy, family-like feeling from all 3 of them. The same feeling I get when I'm around people I trust completely. It's as if we recognize something in each other, without needing to say a word. I've caught myself wondering if they're witches. The thought just keeps slipping into my mind. It might just be my imagination, but the feeling has been so strong I can't shake it. Maybe it's nothing, or maybe it's the beginning of something I don't yet understand. Before I started seeing these 3 women so often, I already had the idea of a coven in my head, not like in the movies, all cloaks and rituals, but more like a group where people meet in person to learn from each other. Witches helping witches. I wouldn't even have called it a coven at first, more of a circle to share knowledge. And then, all of a sudden, these 3 started appearing in my life. Not all at once, but close enough together to make me notice. I keep getting that same warm family feeling from them, and now the word coven just keeps slipping into my mind. If they are witches, and I really do believe they might be, they feel like friendly ones. The kind you could trust. Part of me thinks, maybe we could start something together, a real coven. But I know myself. I'm not just going to walk up to them and say, "Are you a witch?" That's not how this works. If it's meant to happen, they'll have to make the first move. Or the right moment will just fall into place naturally. Maybe it's all just in my head. Maybe it's nothing. But then again, maybe it's not. Because here's the strange part. The other day, I noticed a witch's symbol on the ground. It was shaped a bit like the letter N, marked on a small circular piece of material, somewhere between cardboard and wood. Thin but sturdy, almost like the surface of an old board game. And the spot where it was? It's right where I've seen all 3 of them pass by. Almost like it's a mark, a sign. It's probably nothing, but I can't shake the feeling that it means something. I did my research, and I found out what the symbol meant. Uruz. It's an ancient rune, often connected to raw strength, inner power, and untapped potential. It's not just physical strength, but the kind that comes from deep within. The kind you can draw on when you need to transform yourself or your life. Some sources also link it to new beginnings, endurance, and the moment you step into your true self. The more I read about it, the more it made sense. Finding that rune around the same time I started noticing these 3 women feels like more than coincidence. It's like a quiet signal, a reminder that something is shifting, that power is gathering, and that maybe I'm meant to be part of it. Maybe it's just me getting carried away, but I can't ignore the feeling. Whenever I pass them, there's this spark, the kind of smile and energy that feels real, not just polite. Each time, it's as if they're genuinely happy to see me, and I feel the same warmth in return. They don't seem connected to each other, but there's something about the way they appear in my life, almost like we're all part of the same unspoken circle. It's a family-like energy, but deeper, like a shared understanding that doesn't need words. Maybe they're witches, maybe they're not. I don't need a coven to feel complete. But having friends like that, people who understand, but would be something I've been missing for a long time. I've got no one close by anymore. And maybe my mind is just weaving this together because I want that connection so badly. But the timing, the rune, and that unexplainable pull, it all feels like it's leading to something. Lately, I keep going over the same thought in my head. Should I just go up to one of them? Say hello and see if we can be friends? But every time I imagine it, I freeze. I've never met a witch in person before. Not someone who would admit it. And not with me admitting that I think they are one. And how would that even sound? Hi, are you a witch? Do you want to have a coven? It's ridiculous when I say it out loud, even in my own mind. I'd probably look like I've lost it, and they might feel the same about me. So I don't. I just smile back. Keep walking, and hope maybe one day they'll make the first move instead. Maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it isn't. But for now, I'm caught in that space, between wanting connection and being too unsure to reach for it. Entry 35, the trigger in my leg. I need to be honest with myself. I overlooked something. When I wrote about the energy in my hand, I didn't go into what came just before. I felt something in my leg first. Right at the top, near my bum, it was like a sudden give, not pain, not twitching, but a release, almost electric. It only lasted a few seconds, so I brushed it off at the time. It felt in my leg, right by my bum on the side, bubbling so much it was like a bomb about to go off. Or like when you're cooking and the pan starts boiling over, bubbling and bubbling until it spills over the top and explodes everywhere. That's exactly how it felt inside my leg. Then straight after, everything moved into my hand. That's where my focus went. Because the hand was alive with energy, shifting like something inside me was trying to get out. I thought the leg part was nothing, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't separate at all. Now I think it could be the most important part. The leg was the trigger. It gave first, and then the hand opened up. That short moment might explain everything about how this power moves. What if the hand isn't the beginning, but only the outlet? What if the real start, the real force, is in the leg? I didn't think about it before, but it could mean I've been learning backwards. The leg might be the root, the hand just the escape. And if I can understand how it traveled from one to the other, maybe I can learn how to guide it, control it, and use it properly. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense that it started in my leg. Legs are grounding. They connect me to the earth, to where energy comes in and out. If the power really is moving through me, then maybe it has to rise up from the ground before it can be released. The hand was just where it escaped, but the leg was where it first entered or built up. It felt like bubbling, like something trying to break free. That could have been the moment the energy woke up, the pressure point. From there, it rose through me and finally burst out through my hand, almost like lightning finding a path. Spiritually, that lines up. Many people say energy builds in the lower body and travels upward, especially when it's raw and uncontrolled. The legs are about stability, foundation, survival, the base. The hands are about action, creation, direction, where you choose to send it. So maybe that few seconds in my leg wasn't small at all. Maybe it was the root, the first spark. The hand was just the visible proof. If I learned to listen to my body, I might be able to catch that trigger earlier. Next time, feel it gather in my leg, before it rushes to my hand. If I can do that, I could start to guide it instead of just letting it escape. Looking back, I think this moment might be one of the most important ones so far. I've been focused on my hands, because that's where the energy shows itself the clearest. But if it really started in my leg, then I've been missing the beginning of the process. It makes me wonder how many other times I've ignored the first signs. Maybe the tingling, the bubbling, even the small pulls in my body, those are all signals of power trying to rise. If I only notice it once it's in my hand, I'm already at the end of the flow. But if I can feel it when it first gathers, in my leg, or anywhere else, then I can train myself to guide it, not just release it. It feels almost like my aura is teaching me step by step. First it showed me the hand, because that's the easiest to recognize. Now it's showing me the deeper trigger, the root of it. If that's true, then each new experience is part of a pattern, a way to learn how to harness this energy properly. So I can't treat that bubbling in my leg as just a passing thing. It was the key, the first sign that the energy doesn't just appear in the hand. It builds, it rises, it escapes. And if I can master that rise, then maybe I can master the whole flow. If I'm serious about learning this, then I need to stop skipping over what happens first. The hand is loud, obvious, and dramatic, but the leg was subtle, quick and easy to dismiss. That's probably why I brushed it off at the time. Now I see it differently. The leg wasn't random. It was the signal, the start of the flow. If I can learn to catch it there, before it bursts out through my hand, then maybe I can guide it instead of just letting it run wild. So that's my next step, to pay attention to the first spark. If it comes again, in my leg, my side, or anywhere else, I need to sit with it. Hold it. See where it wants to go. Maybe even learn to move it myself. Not just follow where it takes me. It feels like I've been given a clue about how to unlock the real control. The leg was the door opening. The hand was just where it exited. If I can master the door, then maybe I'll finally understand how this power truly works. Now that I see the leg as the start, I can't just leave it as theory. I need to test it. Next time the bubbling comes, I want to hold it there instead of letting it rush away. Can I trap it? Can I slow it down? Or even move it somewhere else before it chooses the hand on its own? It feels risky. The hand was easy because it was obvious. Like the body already knew how to release energy through it. But the leg isn't about release, it's about foundation. If I hold it too long, will it build up too much? Will it ground itself back into the earth before I even understand it? I don't know yet, but I do know that ignoring it isn't an option anymore. The next spark that rises in my leg, I'll pay attention. I'll try to breathe with it. Let it expand instead of running from it. Maybe I'll even try to guide it upwards on purpose, not just wait for it to burst out. If the leg really is the root, then this is where I'll learn whether I can control the power, not just ride it. After realizing how important my leg might be, I started digging deeper. I wanted to see if anyone else had ever described something like this. Energy starting low in the body, before moving upward. What I found made me think I might be on the right path. Many traditions talk about energy rising from the base before it can be released. Some call it life force, others chi or prana. Witches often describe it as current or flow, moving through the body like a circuit. The lower body, legs, hips, base of the spine, is said to be where raw power first gathers. It's connected to grounding, survival, and drawing from the earth itself. That matches what I felt. The bubbling in my leg wasn't random. It was energy waking up at the root. When it surged to my hand, it was following a path. From base to action. From foundation to expression. What surprised me most was how often the leg or hip, areas overlooked in modern writings. People focus on the hands because that's where spells are cast. Or the head because that's where visions happen. But very few mention the moment it first builds. Maybe most people never notice it, or maybe they dismiss it like I almost did. The more I read, the clearer it became. The hand wasn't the beginning. It was just the release point. The true start of the flow was where I felt it first, in my leg. That makes me wonder, have I stumbled onto something most people ignore? Or is it that I've just been paying attention in a way others haven't? Either way, this research gives me a new direction. The next time it happens, I'll know it's not an accident. It's the foundation, the trigger, the door opening. There's something else I need to admit. My boyfriend always tells me I'm like a radiator, so warm all the time. When we're lying in bed, his feet are freezing cold and he's shivering, so he always clings onto me, hugging me close just to warm himself up. I don't feel hot inside my own body, but to him, I'm like a constant source of heat. At first, I laughed it off. I thought it was just body temperature differences, or the way he exaggerates when he's cold. But now I'm starting to see it differently. What if that warmth he feels isn't just physical at all? What if it's the same energy I felt move in my leg and escape through my hand? The aura always radiating outward, even when I don't notice it. That would explain why he feels it so strongly and I don't. I'm inside it, living with it while he's on the outside, catching the waves of it. It's like lying next to a fire. The flame doesn't feel its own heat, but anyone close enough does. If that's true, then it means this power isn't just showing itself in sudden bursts. It's happening constantly. The bubbling in my leg, the spark in my hand, those were dramatic signs. But his frozen body clinging to mine, calling me a radiator, is proof that it's there all the time. And if I really am always radiating, then maybe the key isn't only about controlling the bursts, but learning how to shape the flow that's always pouring out. His words might be casual, but they're actually telling me something important. This isn't just in my head. It's real, and other people feel it too. If my aura really is radiating all the time, then the real question is, can I guide it? Right now, it just happens. My boyfriend feels it when he's cold. Strangers sometimes sense something in me without knowing why. And I only notice when it bursts out in my body like it did in my leg and hand. But if the energy is always there, then surely it can be shaped. What if I could choose who feels it? What if I could focus it? So instead of spreading everywhere, it moves in the direction I want? Right now, it's like a fire left untended. It warms anyone who comes close. But if I could tend it, control the flames, then maybe I could decide when it comforts, when it protects, or even when it warns. That thought changes everything. Because up until now, I've been treating the aura like an accident, or something to catch after it already shows itself. But the radiator effect proves it's there even when I'm not thinking about it. That means the real work isn't waiting for the sparks. It's learning how to hold the fire before it escapes. Maybe that's why it started in my leg. The body knew how to channel it before my mind did. The bubbling, the rise, the burst through my hand, that was the raw version. But if I can tune into the constant flow, like the warmth my boyfriend feels, then I can work with the steady current instead of just reacting to the explosions. This isn't just about power anymore. It's about choice, about learning how to guide the flow instead of letting it pour out wherever it wants. If I can do that, then maybe this whole journey isn't about finding the power. It's about finally learning how to use it. The more I think about it, the more I realize what happened to me matches things people have been writing about for centuries. I started searching, and what I found made me stop and really look at my own experience in a new way. In some traditions, they talk about Kundalini energy, a force said to sleep at the base of the spine. When it stirs, it doesn't just sit still. It rises. People describe it as bubbling, pulsing, or even snapping like electricity as it climbs upward. That's exactly what I felt. The bubbling in my leg, right near the base, before it rushed into my hand. In Chinese medicine, there are meridians, invisible lines where energy flows through the body. Two of the strongest, the gallbladder and bladder, meridians, run down through the hips and legs. If that flow got triggered, it would explain why I felt it release in my leg first before it surged into my hand. It wasn't random, it was following a path. Then there's the way healers describe themselves. Reiki practitioners and energy workers often say their hands feel hot when energy flows. Not just to themselves, other people feel it too. I thought about how my boyfriend always jokes that I'm like a radiator. He clings onto me in bed because his feet are freezing. But to him, I'm always warm. The strange part is, I don't feel hot myself. To me, I'm normal. But to him, I'm burning with warmth I don't even notice. That's when it clicks. Maybe what I feel inside, the bubbling, the pull, the sudden rush, is what he feels outside as heat. The aura, the flow, whatever you want to call it, is spilling through me and out of me without me realizing. He's been noticing it all along, even when I was ignoring it. What I dismissed as a few seconds in my leg might actually be the moment everything started moving. Every tradition I've read about points to the same thing. The lower body is where energy begins. The hands are just where it gets released. The bubbling wasn't nothing. It was the first spark. I need to be honest with myself. This is the end of the book for now. Not the end of the journey, but the end of this chapter of it. I've written 35 parts, and every single one has been me trying, learning, pushing myself, and discovering things I never thought I could. I'm proud of that. I've spent days where I've woken up and written from morning until I've gone to bed. Other times I've sat for days with nothing coming, and then suddenly 3 chapters pour out in one go. That's the process. It takes time. But I kept at it. And even though I still call myself a beginner, I know that what I've experienced and what I can actually do is already pushing me into advanced territory. The aura work, the bubbling in my leg, the power in my hand, the constant warmth my body gives off. The dreams, all of it is real. It's overwhelming sometimes, like I've opened a door and now everything is rushing in at once. But that's part of this path. I don't use many tools or spells the way some witches do. I don't need to. My power comes straight from me. My intent, my belief, my energy. Spells are fine. Chants are fine. They help people focus. But me, I've realized I can just do it. That's both exciting and terrifying. I've also seen things, dreams that weren't just dreams. People terrified. Darkness, water, metal. Fear so strong it felt like I was inside someone else's memory. Sometimes I don't know if I'm picking up the past, or stepping into someone else's nightmare, or walking into another layer of reality altogether. But I know it matters. I know I need to pay attention. I've learned to protect myself, and that was important. Because once you start opening these doors, you never know who or what might try to step through. This book is my beginning. It's me saying this is what I've found. This is what I've felt. This is what I know so far, and it's only the start. There will be more. Maybe a special edition, maybe a part 2, maybe something completely different. But I know I'm not done. I want to take the time to live it, learn it, and then write it. Because I don't want to just repeat the same things over and over. I want to move forward. This is where the book ends and something greater begins. Thanks for joining me on this journey. I'll be back with more, but for now, this is where I stop. You've just read 35 entries. Not polished rituals, not instructions, just truth, the kind most witches keep locked inside. Now comes the shift. If the first part of this book showed you what magic feels like when it moves through a life, this second part shows you how to recognize it in your own. Here you'll find spells that beginners can actually use, techniques that advanced witches rarely write down, the building blocks of belief, energy, and power. But I'll be clear, this isn't a recipe book. Magic doesn't live in ingredients. It lives in you. The pages ahead are not rules. They're keys. Take what opens something in you. Leave what doesn't. And always remember, the real power begins the moment you stop doubting.